first? Okay. Yeah, can you, yeah, that's the person.
Okay, can you turn it on? I can. I don't have cars, so.
Just right here. If you can pull that chair back a little bit, there's not much room. We are going to record this. Just for your protection. Get this whole thing working. So Letecia and John Grusing with the FBI met you in the mall parking lot. Do you know why you're here? Did they inform you, the officers, of why you're under arrest?
I'm under arrest?
Yes.
For what?
For Gannon Stauch. A warrant was issued out of Colorado.
Okay, but no, someone could have just called me and we didn't have to have like a big scene. I would have called you or whoever. Yeah, and apologize for that. Because of the nature of the warrant, it being a murder warrant, there's and that's what I'd like to talk with you about today. That's why we're not having a cast of thousands here and whatever, is we would like to get to the bottom of what happened there. I know that a lot of things have gone on with your life, a little bit of how this turns out. Okay? But because you were arrested and you're not free to leave, I need you to sign an advice of rights before we can talk. Well, I mean, so I'm getting charged with what now?
So you were charged in, the judge in Colorado Springs signed off. So the way this case worked was El Paso County got the original case. They didn't have enough manpower to work it.
Okay.
So they called the FBI. I'm part of for the FBI, I'm an extension of the profiling unit, and I came in and assisted. And I've been helping for about the last 3 weeks.
Okay.
So our evidence response team, you've probably seen that on the news, has been doing some searches, etc. And then other FBI agents have been writing warrants.
Okay.
So a lot of warrants have been written. We've gone through the court. El Paso Sheriff's Office and FBI have worked together. And we found enough, you call it probable cause, for a warrant to be issued. So that's why you're here today.
Okay, a warrant for what, though?
It was for the murder.
What murder?
Gannon Stauch.
So Gannon is murdered?
That's what the evidence shows.
Okay.
And I'm happy to share with you evidence, but we can't have a conversation unless you're advised of your rights.
Okay, what are my rights?
So this is an advice of rights form. I'll fill it out at the top. And you don't have to answer any question.
Oh, I know.
Okay, so I'm not going to force you to answer anything. If you want this interview to be done, it's done. So we are in South Carolina. Where's today's date? Is it the 2nd? So I'd like you to initial these as we go through them. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer for advice before we ask you any questions. You have the right to have a lawyer with you during questioning. If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed for you before questioning if you wish. And if you decide to answer questions without a lawyer present, you have the right to stop answering at any time. I'm not going to force you to say anything.
Okay, so I had already had reached an attorney, but all the information is in my phone, so
So it's up to you. I'm not going to force you to say anything.
I mean,
if you don't
I can talk to you, but I mean, see, the last time I asked for an attorney talking to them, I wasn't allowed that after I asked.
That's not how this is going to go. This would be a conversation.
You have more integrity being with the FBI that you would do that.
I've got a family to protect,
okay,
so I'm not going to violate any laws.
I don't mind doing that at all. But at any point, I would like to call my attorney if I feel like. Is that okay?
That is okay.
Okay, so can I write that in somewhere, or?
Well, that's this one right here. If you decide to answer any questions without a lawyer present, you have the right to stop at any time. Okay. So,
And if you need food, water, whatever else, this is not, we're not going to have people with guns standing outside trying to intimidate you. I want this to be your statement in our conversation. I was thinking of a lot of things to say to you today because I've been helping, I've been involved.
Right.
I've unfortunately worked a lot of missing kids cases. That's why they called me to do this.
Okay.
A lot of time with Mark, who was the dad. Dylan, who actually was in Colorado Springs with Mom, went to go see Dad. This was in November of 2012.
Right.
And then he disappeared. So it's a lot like what happened here.
Right.
What I think happened with Mark is friends, and Mark wouldn't let him go.
Okay.
And I think Mark got upset. I think Dylan did some things that irritated Mark. I think there was just a punch in the face sort of thing.
Right.
And I think things went downhill from there.
Well,
and I'm not saying that's what happened with you.
I can help you because what you're charging me with is not, or whoever, is not the case.
Okay.
Gannon is alive. Okay, and I can help you.
Okay, great.
But see, here's the problem. When I reached out to people about getting help, I said, hey, I need someone who's going to help me to help you guys. I couldn't get that from anyone at all.
We are happy to help you.
Okay, so I understand you might say you have, like, whatever evidence that you might say you have, but that's not a case. I did not hurt my child, okay? Need more assistance besides just FBI. You're probably going to need some DEA, probably need a lot of help.
Well, I'm happy to get whatever help.
Okay.
How do you know?
But I can't help you unless people are willing to help me, and I did offer every opportunity to sit down and talk with not only my husband, but with Landon to try to come up with the best plan to do it. I really did. And I've been begging every single day, please, please, please don't say this. Okay? I know you're expert in your field, okay? I know you may say you have whatever evidence you have, but it's just not true, okay? It's not.
It's not true that Gannon's dead?
I'm not going to sit here and say 100%. I can tell you that there's really things that have occurred that I can help you guys with to know that. And it leads back to some things just being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Okay, that's the truth.
Okay.
That is the very truth. And every day that went by, I had to do nothing but not only protect myself, but protect my family in this, protect other people in this, and that's just what it's been.
So I think our biggest problem is what happened at the house then.
At the house?
Yes.
Well, there's nothing that would have happened at the house that has anything to do with what I'm talking about at all. That has nothing to do with anything. Because you guys have, like, clearly put out this information about Gannon not coming home and then this and that and the other. And I get, like I said, you're experts. I get people with forensics are experts. I understand that. But it's just not the truth. It's just not the truth. And until I know that I got to get help from some people other than someone just having me in a room.
You've got to get help to do what?
I got to get help to give everyone what they need because I'm going to need my mom protected. Okay? I'm going to need my brother and sister protected. And most importantly, I'm going to need Harley protected. And on that same note, I'm also going to need other people in Colorado protected. And see, people say FBI can offer that protection.
We can.
How?
If it involves if it involves finding an 11-year-old, then we can.
And it means that we can have new identities?
It does. Yeah, I've had to do that before. We call it an informant, but we can do it for the general public. Who else would you trust?
I don't know at this point, sir. I don't know. There's nothing that happened at any house. Nothing that happened at any house that would have hurt, harmed, murdered, done anything to anyone. Okay? Wrong place, wrong time.
You were in the wrong place, or Gannon was?
I was.
What about Gannon?
We all were in the wrong place. Even my family was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Even Lena, even Harley. Okay? There's all of us in the wrong place at the wrong time. And I swear to you on that.
So,
but I gotta
just like you have trust issues, let me tell you where I am.
Okay.
So I'm with the FBI, where when a child goes missing, if they're underage,
right,
then we can get involved, and it can be even a kidnapping. So if Gannon is moved from one point to another without his, will, then it's a child kidnapping.
Right.
And so that's what we're working this as. And with me as a federal employee, with me working a federal case, because right now it's filed with the district attorney,
right,
but the U.S. attorney could file it as well.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
What do you mean?
The U.S. attorney is the federal prosecutors.
Gotcha.
Right now it's on the state. When you're talking to me, we are recording this for your integrity and mine,
right,
but if you'd rather not say something, if I would rather you just say I don't want to answer it instead of telling me something that's not true.
Okay.
Because there's something called false statements, which is it's U.S. Code 1001, to where if you lie to us during an investigation, that can be a year of prison time.
Right. I got
So
you.
that's why I said on this last one, if you want to not answer a question, I'm not going to push you.
Okay.
Okay. So with these people, taking Gannon or whatever else, if it's not true, just say I'd rather not answer that. Okay, because we're different than your local detectives and whatever else. It's not a felony to lie to them.
Okay.
Okay, so my goal, though, is to find Gannon.
Right.
And if you need protection, if there truly is someone out there, we can provide that.
That's not me.
Happen, though, I will need you to explain what happened from that night.
Which night?
The night that he disappeared. Because I've looked at all the news stories. We have been listening to your phone for the last month. That probably doesn't surprise you.
Okay.
We're listening to other people's phones as well, trying to find this kid.
Okay.
And we know from the internet and whatever else, there's a lot of stories out there. So if someone truly took Gannon, though, we need to know the real story, because you put out quite a few different stories.
I put out to who?
Well, we heard a lot of the stories to Al.
To Albert?
Mm-hmm.
You mean like talking to him? Oh, okay. So let me just explain that to you. And you might think that's like super, like.
I'm not going to judge you here, Letecia.
Whatever. To him the reason I already knew someone was listening to him, but because of him not ever being supportive, and I tried originally to talk to him when he first got there. That was the only reason I said those things to him, was just because I was out of anger and out of hurt and not being able to have support. It was nothing to do with I'm sitting here going to tell you these stories. That was just anger, stupidity to me. And I already knew, if you heard it, you heard me say a lot of times, I know people are listening, because I know the same time that someone called, every time I could hear people.
Right.
I knew that. So me saying those things to him was just being what is the word you want to call it? Selfish or facetious or whatever you want to call it. Just because I was hurt by him not wanting to work together to figure this out, because I did have originally initial different thoughts on certain things, and that was me trying to basically read him and try to figure the situations out. So I understand that you may have heard those or whatever you may have heard, and that's okay, because that totally was not that was not me trying to be.
Right.
That was just being stupid to him.
So I have a question for you in regards to that. Were you of sound mind? I mean, did you have? Are you undergoing any treatment for anxiety or any depression or anything like that right now? Or no?
I mean, you mean, I don't... I've had anxiety since I was 16, 17-ish maybe, but as far as undergoing any kind of special treatment, or sometimes I might have to take lorazepam or something like that.
Right.
But I didn't see any counselors or anything for any kind of depression, or, and then plus two, right now, well, I'm sure if you already got medical records, I'm 8 weeks pregnant, so I can't take any kind of I mean, I wish I could, because then it would help a lot with anxiety, but I can't. So.
Okay.
But
so you were of sound mind when you were talking to Al. You were upset with him and upset with the situation of him not being by your side through this whole thing.
Right. But then at the same time, like, I have to sit back and think that, you know, in a person's brain, you hear 100 different things. You do get, like, miscombobulated and just try to, like, do whatever. And I just wanted him to know, because he knows, like, I've been taking care of our kids, like, for so long while he was gone and their mom was gone, and I'm not here to bash either one of them. They had a lot of different separate situations going on that I've always taken care of the kids. And so there's been times I've protected them from so many people.
You basically had to raise them on your own because he was gone a lot.
Well, he was gone a lot, and Mom was doing whatever she was doing, you know. So with that, like, I've had to step in and protect them a lot, so many times.
What kind of dad would you say Al was to Gannon or is to Gannon?
Oh, he's a good dad. Like, I mean, as far as, like, being, like, there for him and, like, you know, how can I say it, like, if he says, hey, I want to go do something, Albert works a lot, so he's tired and his hours are, like, kind of, you know, up in the air here and there. But for the most part, he, like, is always trying to make sure he puts, you know, like, the kids, military's first, and always will be, and that's the mindset. And then...
Did you go into the marriage knowing that?
The kids.
That military was first?
Well, I grew up, like, knowing that my stepdad was here. Actually, that's why I was looking at that guy's name. But my stepdad was here growing up in the Air Force Base. So I lived on, like, a lot of Air Force bases and things like that. So, like, I maybe didn't understand it from parent perspective. Spouse perspective, like my mom's perspective. Right. But I did understand it from, like, a child perspective. But the thing about it was Albert didn't have to, like, go be deployed or anything like that. It was mostly, like, work through the night type thing. So it was like we were blessed in that way of not having to, you know, like, have to see him go overseas or something like that.
Right.
That was a good part.
And you guys have been married 6 years, 5 years?
5 years.
5 years. And you came to the marriage with Harley.
Right.
Yeah. And then Elena's the youngest.
Right.
Okay.
Right. And then we had, like, maybe, I think 4 or 5 went to, like, kind of midterm miscarriages because we always tried to, like, have kids. And I don't know, like, something must have happened, like, when I get to a certain point. So we would have had more kids.
Right.
But yeah.
Do you think Al was faithful to you? Was he cheating on you?
I don't, like, we never had, like, any conversations until, like, of course, Mad, like, recently. But, like, prior to that, we never had, like, like, buses or, it might be something, like, Albert's the type of person, when he got off work, he just liked to come home. He wasn't like, I'm going to go do this with people. He just wasn't that type of person, and that was the good part, because he wasn't, you know, like, not saying you can't, like, I know, sure, you might say if a football game's on, you might want to go over and watch with your friends.
Right.
But usually, for the most part, we do it together, or go over there and do something together, but it was never really, like, having our own people that we did things with unless it was kind of together. So we never, like, had issues of anything like that. Most of the time, the issues that we always had was I never wanted the kids to ever come back here a lot of times during, like, their breaks, and we would get, like, I don't want to say arguments about it, but he would always say, well, I have to, I'm obligated, you know, to do these things.
So you don't think he was cheating on you prior to this whole thing going on with Gannon? Or did you suspect or no?
That Albert was cheating on me? No. There's been times in the past where I saw that he's talked to other women, you know, like on messages and things like that. But then he's also, like, you guys have my phone in the past, you would have saw that he's always apologized for, you know, like, those things, like saying...
Were you guys considering divorce or no? You and Albert?
I didn't know anything about any kind of divorce. Like, I know, like, we've used the term loosely, you know, because there was a lot of stress having to deal with, like, the situation with Landon. There was a lot of stress because, like, we fought so hard and so long to get kids to, like, a safe, you know, situation. So it was very hard to, like, you've read someone and they're so emotionally, like, upset about the kids not being with us and we not being able to protect them that it was kind of hard. It took a lot, you know, toll throughout that time frame of, like, Alaska. I'm sure you know about the time in Alaska and things like that. So during that time in Alaska and stuff like that, it was very hard to like, have to see him be so upset from so many miles away. And, you know, we get calls that kids didn't have a place to stay. We get calls that there was guns in the back of their car and people were being arrested. And, you know, so that took its toll in the terms of, like, figuring we should not have to, like, go through these things. But then once, like, we got to Colorado, you know, we all could be in, like, one place. And then it was, like, first it was, like, kind of hard because you've been, you know, like, back and forth to Alaska for so long. Because, you know, if you know the background, I had the kids here for their school year, for Gannon and Lena. So it was Lena's, was it first grade year? And Gannon's fourth grade year? Yeah. So they would have went to school here in Myrtle Beach. So I had them here with us then. And so still with that, it was us, like, being apart, going back and forth, traveling on holidays, and things like that. So that would have been the most, you know, difficult time. Like I said, when we got to Colorado, it was just like, okay, we're here. You know, we are, you know, doing things together, and we said stupid things to each other. Like, I don't even want to say on camera, but like the things that we could do to be like, okay, we'll forget all this, or if you do this, we'll forget all this. But it's stupid, silly stuff, you know, nothing that we would have been.
So it seems like you guys had a pretty solid marriage then.
I mean,
besides him being gone a bunch.
Which is why I was so upset about not being, like, supportive, because I know that, like, when I tell you we went, like, debt, money, spending things to have attorney fees for, you know, like, the custody, is it Gardner Litem or Ovalitem, whatever it is, the gal. Like, we spent so much money and doing all those things and, like, working together to do all that, and it was so, I guess, like, upsetting that he wasn't. So I did, out of anger, fire out stupid stuff because I was so pissed and, like, really wanting to, like, talk with him or Landon, like, together so I could, like, just explain, like, hey, this is what I think we can do in this situation. So it was just me trying to get him to talk to me, like, privately. Because I already knew you guys were, you know, listening or whatever. I already knew that, you know.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, Al was just singularly focused on what happened to Gannon. And besides this situation, have you ever been around a parent who a child goes missing before and not returned home?
No. Like,
because I've worked with a family. It was a serial killer case I had in 2006, and the guy was picking off daughters.
Picking them off?
Yes, in Denver. He was actually an informant of ours, which was not our best day.
Okay.
But he was going around killing these girls, and then they were high-risk girls, so they were working, you know, on the streets some, or using drugs or whatever, but some of these girls, we haven't returned them home. And if you're a parent of a missing kid versus even a deceased kid, it's a lot different, because you're looking at every corner, you're looking to say, is that my daughter or my son? Even if you think they're dead, and your mind goes to the worst, but you, even though we've convicted this killer for killing these girls, because he confessed to them and whatever else, we still don't have the girls to bring home. And so there's no closure. And I'm seeing Al from a distance going through that, because I still deal with dads 14 years later who are looking for their daughters at bus stops and malls and whatever. So. And
see, that's the hard part, is like, people are like, you know, being upset, and I'm like, I haven't had the opportunity to, like, even just sit down and be like, okay, look, this is, I've given my life to take care of these children. I have. They should not be anymore. You know, and that I've done that. And it's so hard, because inside that, I don't get to express that emotion to have that, you know, to say to anyone or anything like that. And that's the most difficult part. Because I've had to just be like, how can I make the situation back, you know, like, I mean, come on, sir, let's be honest.
I'm John, by the way.
John.
Yeah.
I mean, like Albert was talking about, and again, whether you made him say this or not, I mean, literally, woke up on Christmas, I always make it about the kids on Christmas, because they don't get to spend Christmas with us. So, like, if they went home for the holidays, you know, they might leave, you know, when school gets out. We might not see them until, you know, January. So, I always spent my time trying to make sure every time, I didn't believe in certain holidays, I didn't believe in Halloween, but to make sure every holiday was like revolved around the situation. So if you look at the situation, I went, we have every house and we have cars and we have whatever. So I worked my entire life in education and got a doctorate degree in education.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, it's like everything I worked so hard for, everything I worked, 16 years in the military or, service and things like that, no matter how much we had did on that, it took us everything to get the kids.
Right.
And that was where we were at in our safe spot. So for a person who can, take care of everyone and do everything for everyone, and then just cannot do it for a split second, that's the hardest part.
Mm-hmm.
And knowing that this is an image getting set on me, all these horrible things, all these things that are just not true.
Well, that's what we'd like to get to today.
And that's,
Yeah. So I'd like to talk about the split second, but first let's go to Gannon, because what we do is called victimology.
Mm-hmm.
Have you heard of that before?
Yes, sir.
So victimology is we find out as much as we can about Gannon, the victim,
Okay.
and even if he's safe somewhere, even if he's not, knowing more about him, especially since you were the last person with him, helps us to try to figure out, like, say we don't have a suspect, somebody's killed, but we have nothing.
Okay.
Then we will look at that person to see what drew that homicide there. Why did those two people interact at that time?
Okay.
And then we'll also do things like it's the subject, the situation, and the location. So something happened. Gannon's here. You have someone or something that did him harm, and then you have why the location.
Okay.
So we have those three things. And, we've looked through your house and, done the CSI stuff and looked at all the, body fluids all over the house and garage and whatever else. So that's all been done. I'm curious to see your challenges of Gannon here when you had to be a parent, and then there. Challenges, successes, whatever else. What special attention did he need? What can you tell me about him?
Well, here he was younger, fourth grade. He started to mature a little bit, hitting towards, like sixth grade.
Uh-huh.
So, like, here he was more so of, like, let's see, at that time and situation here, okay, so prior to that, we never got to see him except, like, every other weekend for the longest time.
Okay.
Right. All right, so then when we finally paid all the money and got the attorney, whatever, Albert had to choose between getting out of the military or the kids, in a way, kind of, because Mom wasn't given any or whatever. So then that's when we step in and say, we're going to keep them here in our home here, and I'll stay here with them, and then, we'll go from there.
Right.
So during that time, he also didn't get to see his mom. A, she didn't have a place to live. B, she was also, she had a baby, but then mainly to her, I'm not going to trash her, I'm going to say she was married to someone who didn't take care of it, who wouldn't take care of them like they should, with her being pregnant in that situation. So with Mom not having that foundation support, she wasn't able to come to the house a lot. And when she did come to the house, there's times she came that she was like, I don't want to say drugs or whatever. She just wasn't in a good place. So I let her stay at her home. And Gannon had a tough time every time because in his mind, he just wanted to be like a stepsister. Do you know the stepsister?
Mm-hmm. What? His stepsister?
Yeah.
You mean Harley?
No.
Landon's?
Yeah. No,
I don't.
Mia. Mike's daughter.
Got it.
Mike, right?
Yep.
Okay. So he wanted it to be like Mike's daughter, which was they go to Mom and Dad's house for a week and other Mom and Dad's house.
Right.
So
Got it.
that was Gannon's mindset when he was here. Grandparents, amazing people, which is Landon's family. Amazing people. Grandma, I think Grandma calls her Nana and Poppy. Great people. They would always come get them on weekends and things like that, so that I'd have time to, like, do whatever I needed to do, or if I wanted to go shopping or go hang out with people, whatever. So we had all that, going on here. The missing piece was, Albert had to, serve our country.
Yep.
Gannon would do his schoolwork, very smart. I think he made all A's here in 4th grade. I'm pretty sure he made all A's here in 4th grade. So made all A's here, didn't have like an issue at all.
Well, what was he like when he got home from school? Because Albert's out, you're having to take care of him.
Well, to be honest with you, I got him from after school, which was about like 5:30ish. So by the time we did homework, and all those things, it was almost time to like get ready for bed.
Are you doing his homework with him? Is he doing it on his own? What?
See, the difference between schools, and I'm not trying to talk about Colorado if you're from Colorado, the difference between Colorado and South Carolina schools was South Carolina did a lot more with like history and those type of things, where Colorado probably thought it really wasn't relevant. We wanted to focus on reading and math and things like that. So he did struggle with history, so we had to sit at the table a lot of times and like really work on like, he was a mathematical, he's so like his dad. Gannon is just like his dad. He is so mathematically inclined, like that engineer type brain. So when it came to anything history and reading science stuff, unless it was something he liked, he didn't like. So we spent hours sometimes, working on those things. But with knowing the curriculum, it was easy for me because I already knew the South Carolina curriculum. And so by the time we did that, it was time for him to go to bed, yada, 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 yada. So
that's here. So
yes.
Then what about in Colorado? How is that different?
Well, when we get to Colorado, of course, I start them in school, which would have been August. Okay, so I start them in school. It was a big help because Gannon is at this point a little bit more mature, and he knows he'd stay with us. Because see, I took him to Alaska and homeschooled him before we got to Colorado. So I homeschooled him for those 2 months. And then we transitioned into Colorado. Actually, it wasn't August. I'm sorry, I told you the story. It was that January that we got here, because I homeschooled him November, December, not of this past time, but of the year before.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't remember.
So January 2019.
Yes, so I homeschooled him 2018, November, Christmas time, because Mom couldn't get him then for whatever reason. Then we came on to, but I think she ended up getting him, and she flew them back to Colorado for a week or something. She got him for a week maybe. Flew them back to Colorado. So January 2019, we would have started school in Colorado.
Okay.
All right, so get them in school, which Colorado, I think it was like middle May, they would go to school in Colorado to middle May.
Right.
So February, March, April, May. Okay. So it was pretty simple in the terms of we would do like, he never had homework in Colorado for some reason. So it was always Albert would be like, make them write their labs or, make them go do all these things. And then, it was time for them to go to summer.
So what time does he normally get home from school?
Well, around that time he went to another school because this new school wasn't built.
Okay.
So it would have been like 3:45, 4 o'clock maybe, just because it happened to come from across town. And then come in, let's see. Fall. Yeah, so they came back in August. So we went on, Gannon went with us on a big cruise in the summer because he didn't want to go home to his mom. Right away, we gave him a choice. You want to go on a family cruise, or you want to go, to your mom's house. And he said he wanted to go on a cruise. So we all went on this big family cruise, Dominican, and I forgot a couple of places. So it was just me, him, Harley, and Albert. So it was just the 4 of us, and Lena didn't go. So we all went on this family cruise and had a great time or whatever. And then, of course, they come here for the summer, and then they get ready to come back for fall. So they come back for fall, and at this point in time, I was working. Albert was doing like the shifts, like 3-2.
You had your teaching job in the fall?
3-2, 3-2. He was like working and all these things.
Okay.
Well, Harley was working, I think, and starting Pikes Peak College. So we were all pretty busy, like throughout the day, and then in the evening it was kind of like, come in, grab this. But then I was coaching. So as I was...
What were you coaching?
Softball.
So I was... At your school?
At the high school.
At the high school.
So as I was coaching softball, I probably didn't get home sometimes till like 5:30, maybe sometimes later, just depending on if it was a game, a practice, or something like that. So honestly, a lot of the help had to come from either Harley doing a lot of it, if Albert was working, or Gannon had to independently, do a lot of it himself.
How did he get home from
Which
school?
we were teaching. At this point in time, they were in the new school.
Right.
So the new school, because we lived 1.5 miles out, the new school allowed him to take the bus. If not, they had the rest of the way they had to walk.
Okay.
Coaching was over, probably around, it's weird because they do softball not spring, they do it fall there instead of spring. So coaching was over maybe around like October, November. Gannon started having a hard time because he was wanting to go home for Thanksgiving. When I tell you Gannon, he loves his Nana. Like, that's his, if it was up to him, he'll just, I'll be at Nana's house all the time because he loves Nana. So he, like, wanted to go because he has 2 little boy cousins. If you know, Gannon has 4 sisters, and he doesn't have any brothers.
Mm-hmm.
So he, in his way, those 2 little boys are like his little brothers.
Okay.
So if he goes to Nana's house, he can spend a lot of time with his little cousins. I think it's like Bladen and Waylon or something like that. And then they can all just hang out and do those things. So he didn't get to go for Thanksgiving. Albert had to work. So we I don't really cook. We've always, like, eaten out whenever it's my turn. So I just said, hey, listen, we'll go out to dinner. We did all this Thanksgiving. Tried to make it up the best that I could because I'm not his mom, but he wanted to be there with the family, because it's the holidays and that's what he's always, used to. And then, of course, Christmas came around, and then the same thing kind of happened at Christmas, but then we worked it out, and we figured out a plan to get him home for Christmas so that they would be able to,
So we went to Nana's for Christmas?
Spend time with the family, yeah. Because Mom never had a house. So Albert said it's okay if they go, and then they just have to get Nana's house. And that was our biggest worry. Like, have you ever been here before today? Okay, so, like, if you, like, look on the boulevard and things like that, there's a lot of, like, kind of hotels, like, not the best places, and that was where they were staying at one point, when they would come. And so that was why we were like, no, it has to be
a house. Yeah. So then, is Gannon responsible for taking his own? He has ADHD medicine, right? Does he do that on his own? Do you help him with that?
Most of the time, like, how it worked is I got all lunchboxes ready, set them on. We've been in the house with the stove that's in the corner beside the refrigerator. We would set, the lunchboxes out, snacks, and let them pick. He usually always pick before Lena because he just knew that he could get it. If he beat her up, he could pick the snacks he wanted.
Mm-hmm.
So he would pick the snacks that he wanted, and I would lay if Albert wasn't getting them up, I would lay his ADHD medicine, which is Vyvanse, 20 milligrams. I would lay his Vyvanse on the counter. And so
what form is it? Just tablet? Or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so I would lay it on the counter, and he would know, like, come in and take it.
How does he take it? Is it with water?
Like orally. Yeah. He doesn't even use water half the time.
Okay.
He just
he's
been taking it since he was 5.
Okay.
So.
Is there any other that he's on, or no? Like Adderall or anything else?
No, I don't know. I think when he was like 5, they like tried one medicine, but once the Vyvanse worked, that was it. Like that was the one.
Any of the other kids on medication?
Mm-mm.
Hardly. Or no. Okay.
No one else was on any kind of.
What about you or Al?
I don't know anything other than what I told you about. The lorazepam. But see, the thing about lorazepam was they might give it to me and I might not get it again for 6 months. And like it might be 30 tablets, but it was only for like panic attacks or things like that. As far as Albert, I know he has the gout, so I know I don't even know what it's called.
Right.
I'm sure it's nothing that.
But nothing that he could Gannon could mix up medications with or whatever in the morning. Take somebody else's meds or anything.
Not that I'm worried. Now there's stuff in the counter from like probably old stuff or like Harley had her wisdom teeth taken out. I think Albert did, but I'm pretty sure he might have been smart enough to get rid of that stuff. I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm.
But none of us had like any like what you want to call hardcore drugs or anything like that.
That's why I'm asking you that because of the bath salts deal that he came up with. That was on the hike day, wasn't it? Okay,
so the bath salt thing was just totally because they did this drug class at school, which is the same class that my 5th grade did too. And it's where these people came in and they dressed up in like I say dressed. They were professionals. They are medical professionals. They dressed in their outfits and all those things, and they let the kids like pretend they were working on like whatever you call those things, like as if they were doing CPR and all that. And during that time frame, they went over all these different drugs. So they talked about what your life is on crack. They talked about doing cocaine, like all these. Like it was very, very like in depth for 5th grade. But at the same time, you got to think it was probably a good thing to kind of talk to kids.
So was
about.
Gannon telling you about this, or did you find out from a teacher, or how did you find out they had this in-depth conversation?
Well, I knew because they did it at our school first. So they did our school first. So it was something, once they found out they did our school and they saw like all the cool pictures and things like that, other teachers wanted to know about it. So when the other teachers wanted to know about it, they, went around different schools and then they signed, like, I think Albert signed a permission slip, or maybe sent an email to the teacher or whatever, that it was okay for him to go.
So was Gannon fascinated with the bath salt thing, or how did that conversation happen? Because I know that seemed to be important, during the hike and afterwards and whatever.
Well, he was like, okay, so Mike apparently would deliver these packages, and we never knew what they were. We were told meat, we were told whatever. We don't know. But Albert would always talk to Gannon about anytime people had anything to do with, like, drugs and things of that sort. He would always say, like, these are bad people. If you see anything like this is bad things. So
right.
Gannon already had, like, some sort of base foundation about it, And because he had, like that sort of base foundation about it, he always had, like, questions because his main concern was so small. Like,
right.
That was always his main concern, is that he was wanting to know because is baby Nova going to be okay? Nova's right. Is baby Nova going to be okay? And that was, like, his main concern in that aspect, was wanting to know these things because he was just curious of how, like, all these things worked.
So were you guys on the hike when he brought it up, or where were you?
He had already brought it up prior to the hike.
Okay.
He had already said something when he came home after this.
Was it a concern for you? Tell me what he said and how your conversation went.
Honestly, sir, I don't remember. I just remember he was telling us about the different things that they were talking about. And then I was like, oh, did you guys do this? And they would be like, yeah. And then I was like, oh, did y'all do this? So it was kind of like mimicked the same way. So we did talk about that a lot.
Was that before hike, you said?
Yeah, leading up to it, before the hike, there was a lot of talk about it, for a little bit. And then, of course, at the hike, I think he said a few things.
What did he say?
I just remember he was talking to me.
And was it concerning to you?
Like,
what he was saying? Like he really wanted to try these things, or what?
Like, I didn't think anything about him wanting to try any of it or to do anything with it. I know that he said something about it, and I gave him a bath bomb.
When he said something, what did he say?
He just asked me about, in general, about if we had bath salts. Because, to be honest with you, he had already pooped how many times in his pants.
So he said that after he pooped on the hike?
He pooped a couple of times on the hike, yeah. Like, when I say poop, I don't mean, like, I don't want to be, like, graphic, but just a little
bit to where it's uncomfortable and whatever.
Right. And so, the whole thing about bath salts was just, I think he just wanted to, like, relax, because he ended up taking 2 baths. So, I mean,
now,
I think he wanted to...
And this, I don't want to be weird, but are you giving him baths? Is he taking it by himself?
No. Gannon goes by himself, and he just, he's very, like, helpful, independent. Like, I've taught him so many independent skills where he can go in there and just, now he'll forget to, like, bring his clothes up or, the simple things like that, but...
Okay. So he takes 2 baths that night, or 1 bath that night, 1 the next morning? Or
no, so I think when we got home, we took 1. Me and Lena went to go get food. And then I think he had used the bathroom again. So he took another one. I think when me and Lena got back, he was either taking a bath. I don't really remember. And then she took 1 somehow.
Because they share a bathroom in the basement?
No.
No?
Mm-mm.
So...
No one, the basement was used by Harley.
Okay. So, where's his bedroom?
Okay, so the bedroom's downstairs, but the bathroom, remember, is like where Harley's room is at.
That's right. So, where did he take the bath? Upstairs?
So the bath upstairs.
Got it.
Usually would have been.
And what happens with the clothes that he kind of pooped in?
What do you mean?
Does he throw them in the washer? Do you have to take care of it, or...?
I don't wash anyone's clothes, but...
Do you not? Does he take care of his own? Yeah.
Well, we get on him about if you want to earn technology time, you have to go do your own clothes. You have to, like, have chores around the house, and you have to do all these things. So that's kind of like how it worked, too. Okay. Everybody had their own... I don't even do Albert's clothes.
Right.
So, like, I don't even you know. So
that's good. 11-year-old taking care of himself.
Well, not necessarily taking care of
well,
himself.
Well, just in that aspect.
Right. He was so like a boy in the terms of clean clothes. Like he could wear the same. Again, he'll wear the same shirt like 2 days, and you have to like go change it.
So what does an argument look like with Gannon? Have you guys ever argued?
Like maybe like in Myrtle Beach, you know, we would have been like we're so much alike. So we are so much alike in terms of we both have stomach problems, really really bad. We both have like anxiety, so like so to speak, you know, and he's so kind and like kind-hearted, and then the point of like we can get upset about something, but then the next minute he'll be like I am. He'll be like, oh, you know, hug about something, or we'll just say something, and he had tremendously increased the amount in Myrtle Beach. I don't think I ever heard him be like, I love you, or like, you know, like, I mean, like, the holiday might come, you know, they just say, oh, just write something, whatever. But like, since having him all the time, it became more of like, I would hear, I love you, like almost all the time, you know, and so I feel like it was
the holiday, the Christmas before. Is that what you're saying? He disappeared.
Do what now?
When you said around the holiday, he was saying, I love you.
I'm saying like once we started more and more having, then he and I became a lot closer because of just like wanting to have that connection with both the kids.
Surely you had some arguments with him, though. Did you ever have to discipline him, or no?
Well, I never spanked any of the children, never, because I just don't believe in spanking other people's kids. So we never had that. Now, as far as like, okay, you are in trouble, you're going to do this. Yeah, that's with any kid, with any of them.
What's the biggest disagreement you had with Gannon?
Let's see, the biggest disagreement. I think probably because he doesn't, and again, he probably shouldn't have this on him as a kid, but not like seeing the light of how if he couldn't go home. He was so like, you know, kind of like forgiving, it's okay, Mommy don't have money to do this, you know, and if I said anything like, well, and I probably shouldn't have, but I did, I would be like, well, if she quit doing this, she could pay for it, and I would always figure out a way, but then it was like, you know, I'd say, I wanted him to see that.
So was this a certain incident?
Do I know?
The biggest disagreement you had, was this a certain time, or you
No,
just
we never
talking?
had like big, like there was never any like big all out like. Are you when you say disagreement, like clashes or like screaming, shouting?
Well, I'm a parent, so I've had mine.
You mean
disagreements,
like
yelling at the kids.
like that kind of disagreement, but never not like a.
So what's the most
physical.
upset you've been with Gannon?
Where we've like.
Where you've had to yell, and I've had to yell at my kids.
I got you. I see what you're saying. So like where we've had to like fuss at each other over whether or not he did something. If he did something.
That has to happen if you're a parent.
Right.
I'm not
I didn't know what you were saying. I thought you were asking me like.
No, I'm more looking at this from Gannon's point of view. I'm not judging you.
No, I thought you were asking me more of like, you know, like whippings or like switches or like something like that. No.
So what's the most intense time you've had with Gannon, as far as you're yelling, he's yelling, that sort of thing? That has to have happened, especially with stepkids.
I mean, yeah, of course.
So what time do you remember?
Probably times that I don't remember specific times. I could say all revolved around Albert, like not being disciplined, disciplinary enough.
Yeah, when Gannon was just doing something that's totally irrational, unreasonable. I have a boy, I know.
Yeah. They
don't behave all the time.
Right.
So what did Gannon?
I don't know of any like specifics. I just know that we would have. You know, like if it would have been something that wasn't in what our teachings were, we would have, of course, like yelled at each other. So you never
had to yell at him that you remember?
I just said that to you. I said there have been plenty of times.
Yeah, but I mean a specific one.
I don't know. I don't know a specific one. I mean, probably from playing.
So I can tell you for me, it's when my son rolled a basketball underneath me. I was going to go in for a layup, and I almost twisted my ankle and broke my back at the same time.
Oh, goodness.
And I yelled at him. And
Yeah.
Am I sad I did it now? Yes. But I couldn't help myself. That was the stupid thing to do. He was just seeing, what if I roll the ball under Dad? Not that I even jumped that high.
Right.
But,
Yeah.
yeah, I couldn't help it. I turned around and yelled at him. I didn't hurt him or anything.
Yeah.
But with you being home with just Gannon, and sometimes Elena, and sometimes Harley, and Al being on the road, every once in a while, something had to go wrong.
I mean, when you say go wrong, like, yeah, I just...
And you have to say, and you have to set things right, like what my son did with me with the basketball.
Oh, yeah,
And I'm curious as far as how Gannon would react if you have to really get on to him for something that he did that was stupid. He's a boy.
Yeah. Gannon wouldn't, like, yell back. Gannon would not, like, yell back and be, like, confrontational. So Gannon would not, like, he might say something smart.
Well, how did he react?
Under his breath.
Do you have an incident you remember, or no?
No.
When you had to put your foot down and say, Gannon, that's not acceptable.
No, like, if I said that, he pretty much listened to what I said.
Yeah.
It was, like, not, I don't remember him screaming back at me at any...
Or just going in his room, slamming the door.
Situation.
Anything like that?
Slamming the door, room, TV?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't...
So
more so of me, like, saying something to Albert might have been more of the... If there was slamming doors or anything, it could have been me, like, going back saying, Albert, you need to make sure he's not doing this, and then, go from there in that situation.
Okay.
Like, Albert was teaching him how to use a box cutter and, like, different things like that, and there were times that I might have been like, oh, Albert, I don't think you should have done this because he was acting weird in this way, but that would have been early in the beginning before we started getting him, like, counseling.
Mm-hmm.
So once he started getting, like...
Now remind me, the counseling, what was that for?
Do what now?
The counseling?
So Albert said that he should get counseling through the military just for, like, all the transitions and being, like, in and out of schools and, like, all different things like that, just to make sure that his mental, like well-being was fine. And Albert said that anytime he would, of course, counselors can't tell you, like, what was going on unless it was something... pressing, and of course Albert would always come out and say everything's fine, and then Gannon would come back and tell us what he talked about. But as far as, like...
Did Gannon ever come at you with a knife or something? Wasn't there an incident?
Well, that's what I was just telling you about. There was, when I told you Albert was trying to teach him how to use
That's the box cutter
thing? A box
thing?
cutter, yeah. So Gannon had this thing about the knife, and he was doing like this, and whoever told you that it was coming at me, that is not.
That's why I'm asking you.
Yeah,
I'm getting the real story here.
No. You've got stories from everywhere, and you probably are not looking at me for mine, but that is not what happened. Gannon was in a upset, which the video was shown to the counselor lady.
Okay.
And Albert was so upset because he was like, you should have let me get the video or something like that. But Gannon was in more of like an upset rage because this was in the very beginning when he had to first transition to yet another school.
Was this fall?
No, so this would have been, I don't know if it would have been fall, but okay, so 4th grade, new school, homeschool, then they went to the first school in Colorado, and then the new school opened.
Correct.
So it was somewhere between that time frame of Gannon it was too much transitions for him. That had nothing to do with him being mad at me or being mad at Albert or Landon or whatever. It was too much transitions for him that he was so upset,
So where was he when he was doing this? Was he in his room, in the garage?
I feel like it was in the kitchen.
Where were you?
I don't really remember, sir. You're asking me something that was a while ago. I don't remember.
Yeah.
I mean...
Were you threatened by Gannon doing that? Did it make you nervous?
Well, I told Albert, I said it has a mentality. Like, in my mind, I said it has a mentality of, like, he's going to want to, I said, not hurt himself, or not specifically hurt someone in general, but specific, but in general. And so, like, I was a little worried because I thought, he has so much anger and aggression for what was going on. Because it honestly was, Albert hadn't even got there yet, I feel like. I feel like Albert had just either got to Colorado or hadn't got there yet.
Right.
And so he had to go from being with his mom back to me, and then Albert wasn't there.
Mm-hmm.
And then it was okay, like, I gotta start new school, I gotta make new friends, you know, like all those things.
How did you handle it? How did you calm him down?
He just typically always...
I'm specifically with the box cutter thing. How did you calm him down?
I don't know if it was a knife he had then. I was just saying, like, he had been using a box cutter, so that's how I was teaching him in the prize. So I remember I took his amiibo. He loves amiibos. And I took his amiibo, and I just threw his amiibo out the front yard. And I told him, I was like, the amiibo's gone, we're never getting it again. And I made him call his mom.
Mm-hmm.
And so I don't remember what we exactly said, but I know she was basically saying, like, you know, you better listen. She gets upset and sends me a message. I send her a message back, and we were both, like, mad at each other, as in me and Landon. And then it was kind of more of like, okay, it's calmed down. But this was a year ago, you know. So that was the gist of that. It was, he needed that outlet.
Okay.
He needed that counseling.
Well, that helps us. That's what I'm talking about with the victimology thing.
He needed that.
He needed that about him.
He needed that outlet to be able to say, okay, when I have anger and I have upset, because he typically, like I said, Gannon doesn't get angry and just, you know, lash out or say anything like that. He doesn't like. Or if he says something smart back to Albert, it's usually he's very literal. He'll say something and then be like, oh, shit, I should have done that.
Right.
So that's in your assessment of him. I could probably count on one hand the times that Gannon would have been
aggressive like that.
Right, and not even to the point of aggressive of like he actually acted upon it, other than showing signs. And I think once we got the counseling in place, he was able to have his friends now. He knew he was in a place that...
I don't think they're watching through this. This is a brand new thing. They even said it's like backwards because the camera's there, but the window's there, so the seat should be there. Anyway.
But, no, I just didn't know because I thought I heard a fire alarm. So he never, like, really just, you know... had a hard time until the counseling, and once the counseling was in play, I seen leaps in the way that not only he acted, but our relationship with each other, relationship with dealing with, okay, go do this. Sir, it's so hard because...
John, don't call
I'm sorry.
I'm old, but don't call me.
John. It's so hard because if I get up in the morning and I have... Gannon would even say, you want me to take the dogs out so you can have 10 more minutes of sleep? And I convinced him into changing my name. So I had him on board of, like, calling me a different name, you know, and so, because I didn't ever like my original name, so I had him on board of calling me a different name. So the helpfulness through not only just the counseling and then having that stability became so great for him.
Good.
And that's the piece that I really wish, you know, like, I know you sit here and say you've heard people say stuff or talk or you know, whatever. I know you've spent your career going through people who you've had to help and people who you've known are full of shit or whatever. But Gannon benefited so much from going in there that he was able to talk to us, and that's when I started hearing more of like, okay, I love you. And he would say Harley, like, they never really, like, he would say it, but, like, not that, like, situation of, like, oh, I love you, and, like, the affection and things like that. And that began to, I thought we were on a path for him really to see that I could be more of, I don't just want to take anybody's place as a mom, but be more of a, like, a mom figure to him. And that was where I felt like we would definitely fit in.
Good. Well, let's help him.
In that situation.
So that kind of answers the bath salts thing. He really wasn't he wasn't outright asking you, I want to get high off of bath salts.
No. I think that it was more of a situation with, they were going to school in a school that had older kids. And I think it was just more of they heard this is speculation. I'm just telling you what my observation is based upon how I heard them talk and, people talk. They were just wanting, I say, like, to fit in, per se. And it was just a situation where Gannon would do whatever in order to just be able to play his game. And just do, you said you have a boy, a little bit of boy stuff.
Yeah.
And that was in the gist of it. Like, I could tell Gannon, look, do you want to play your Switch? Okay, will you help me go do this? Will you go take charge? Will you do this? Will you do this? And so he was in such a yes sir, yes ma'am mode of given technology, he could do it. And I think that was hard going to school with kids that were a little older and coming home on the bus. They had the same, you have some boys who get to do a little more than others. And this is based upon my assumption, just from talking to him, like, when we were talking about it on the hike, is that there was just more, like, not pressure, maybe kind of sort of peer pressure, but there was just more of, like, wanting to know what could I do to get this person to like me, because he only liked certain friends, and those were his people. He would obsess on them, like, kind of friend named Connor, that's the person he obsessed on, and he went to Braden, that's the person he obsessed on. So if someone liked the interest that he likes, he will, like, develop that obsession on them and just want to, not a bad obsession, I don't mean like a,
right. No, I get it.
He wants that's the person he wants to hang out with. He didn't have, 27 friends. He had just that person.
Mm-hmm.
And so that was what, and I feel like with that's where we were at in that situation of just trying to, this thing is bad, but I understand you have a friend who wants to do this, that type of thing.
Yeah.
And that was...
Good, that helps.
And that was...
So that helps with the bath salts, and I'm trying to see how Gannon reacted to these little things that happened to him until he went missing.
Mm-hmm.
The candle incident, can you tell me about that?
Okay, so Gannon wanted to, I don't remember if he wanted to stay up 30 minutes. I can't remember. There was something he did that allowed him to earn some extra time. There was something he did. But Albert had grounded him from playing the Switch. So he wasn't allowed to, play a Switch or whatever. He was only allowed to, like, if he wanted to watch an extra movie or something like that he had earned.
Right.
Well, on the hike earlier that day, he was so helpful with me, and people think, sick and he's still whatever, but I have serious stomach issues and still have to operate. But he was so helpful with, taking care of the dogs and stuff. And I had told Gannon that, so that Sunday is the day that Kobe had passed away.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yep, I remember that day too.
So we sat around and, we had, like, before we left, we were, like, on the sofa, and I'm just, like, crying, and he's like, why are you crying? And we're just, like, he didn't know who that was. Like, he knew the name,
mm-hmm.
but not, like, growing up in, like, my generation to, like, know who that was. So we just sat there and, like, talked about it, and I told him, I was like, Kobe had all girls. And so, again, I started relating in the terms of being like, oh, that's, like me, I have all sisters, and so, like, we were talking about that, and then in between some of those questions might have been certain questions that led to what he was asking me about what went on at school in that thing,
okay.
in that talk.
Right.
And so that led into, on the walk, on the hike that day, about what we had talked about. So then that evening, I don't remember what he did, but I remember I said he had 30 minutes of something extra. And I knew it wasn't his Nintendo or things like that at the time, because he wasn't supposed to earn that back until the next day. And so then, I think I was upstairs, Harley wasn't there, because Harley had to work until, which I'm sure you already know this, mm-hmm. Harley had to work until, I think it was like maybe 10, 15 or so, whatever. And then, Gannon had, I think, what was he doing? He was doing something, I don't remember. So I go back upstairs, then I hear the machine was saying, like, beep, 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 like, is this someone that's coming in the house?
Okay.
So I put the code in thinking that the live alarm thing went off. There was no doors open, or, none of that stuff. No doors open. So then I go back where Lena was at, and I see she was faking sleeping, but not really sleeping. Mm-hmm. And then, but she had, like, the cover over her head a little bit, and so, like, she was doing, like, whatever. And so then I hear the thing saying fire. Like,
does it actually say fire?
It said fire.
Okay.
So that was the crazy thing, because I never had heard, I didn't know what, I thought it would just be like,
right, like a siren.
But I don't know if it was those detector thing saying fire or if it was the actual machine thing saying fire. But it was just like fire, 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 whatever. So then I run back in there and I look and I don't see anything laying in the room. I don't see anything. And I look downstairs and I don't see anything. And it was still going. So I grabbed Lena. I'm going to tell you exactly wrong, but I'm pretty sure I grabbed Lena first. And I grabbed the dogs. I gave her the keys. I think that's how it went. Don't quote me on that. But I'm sure it was in that order. Somehow. Yeah. And we run out to the truck, I feel like. Either I open the door. I don't remember. Somehow they get to the truck. Okay. And then I run back downstairs because at this point I already know that there's smoke. And so I run back downstairs. And we're back downstairs, and Gannon was awake, but not awake. Like, you know how you can almost, like, be asleep, but not asleep type thing? And
so he was in his bed?
No. He wasn't in his bed.
Where was he?
He was on the sofa.
On the sofa.
Right. So, he was on the sofa. And so, like, when I pull the cover, I pull Gannon with the cover. And so at this point in time, then I put the fire that's out.
So what did the fire look like?
It wasn't like, huge.
Where was it? In the carpet? On the sofa?
I feel like it was on, like, one of the covers.
On the covers? Was the cover on the sofa, though, or was it on the floor?
I don't remember. I just remember it was in a small location. It wasn't a big enough fire to like...
What color was it? Do you remember? Was it yellow, red, orange?
I don't remember what color. It wasn't in a color to, like... it wasn't in a color.
Because I think, blue burns the hottest, and then you have... If stuff gets involved in the fire, you have a yellowish or reddish color.
I don't remember.
Don't remember?
I don't remember.
Can you show me how tall it was? Like, do you remember?
I don't remember. It wasn't tall.
Wasn't tall?
I don't feel like it was that tall. I mean, but my tall might be different from your tall, so I don't want to say.
Still, a fire's going to freak you out.
Right? Yeah. So when I pull the cover, I pull him with the cover too, and we run out.
Did you put out the fire or no?
I know that we took the covers, both of us. When he sees what's going on, we took the covers and, like, we smashed down on the
fire?
Like, on it, yeah, because my only thought was oxygen, put it out. Right. That was all I could think about. Like, put it out, whatever.
Did it take much? Sorry to interrupt you. Did it take a lot to put it out, or no? Or did you just smother it and then move?
I don't know.
Or was it something in between?
Was there what now?
Something in between. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth.
Something in between?
Like in between, just it happened real quick, or you had to fight it for a while? Or?
Oh, it wasn't like fighting for a while. Like, there was already a bunch of covers on the side that I had grabbed them all and put over here, which is why the whole thing was bottled with covers. There was like burnt covers bottled everywhere. So it was like stuff there. And then I run, and he's running behind me. So as I'm running up, he trips or whatever, but he's right behind me. Mm-hmm. So then I think I exit back out the garage, I feel like.
So the truck was in the garage?
No. It was out front. I'm saying, like, I think I exited back out the garage. Okay. Because I feel like I just ran back to that door. I'm not 100% positive. I know we ran out. Then Gannon runs right out behind me. And when I turned around and I'm saying something to him because I'm like, hey, because in my mind I don't remember if I had gotten the dogs, even though I had already had grabbed the dogs. And so, like, I don't remember what we were saying, but we were all in a frantic, whatever. He jumps in the passenger side, and I'm in the driver's side of the truck.
Okay.
Lena is in the back, and at that point we drive off. So we drive off for, I don't know, like a minute maybe, and then we drive back, but there's no gas in the truck.
So was anybody burned from that?
So Gannon
You or Gannon?
Gannon had little burns on his arms from that. And then, but at the time, Gannon always lays with like his, either it's like his just underwear on or like something like that. So at the time when we ran out, I feel like, did he have a shirt? I don't remember if he grabbed a shirt or grabbed another cover when we ran out or whatever. But I knew that he had some burns on his arm, but I know they weren't bad, like burns that were bad. They were just like if you peeled a little bit or whatever. Were
they discolored then? Was his skin reddish, pinkish? What was it? Or did you see it then? Or later?
No, it was not till later that I really paid attention and should have been like, okay, well, because I did later on stuff on it, which you can ask about later. But
Okay.
so yeah, so like his arms, and then we get in the truck or whatever, and then we drive off. So then we come back, and so I'm of course, and like I text Harley, I text Albert, you know, what had happened, and I said, you know, this is what happened. And I tell Harley, this is what happened. Don't panic when you come home, because the house at this point in time we get back in smells like nothing but smoke.
Mhm.
And so nothing but smoke at this point in time, and it was just like I couldn't get the smoke out. Even opening up the like windows and all those things, I couldn't get the smoke out. So that was
So what
like
what happened with these covers that you used to put out the flame?
Well, the covers were either left there, because I remember getting the stuff, some of the stuff, and putting outside in a trash can, which I even showed the people when they got there that I put in a trash can.
Do you guys have singular trash cans for each house there, or do you have a dumpster, or what?
You really like it's a big trash. It's just a big brown trash.
One of the ones you wheel
Yeah,
out and put by the curb. Okay.
Yeah, so it was just one of those. And it was, no one was like, whatever. But we did want Albert to like come home, not necessarily come home and leave for that, but we maybe like had updated a little bit to Albert, because we were like thinking, you know, like, oh, he'll be upset and like want to come home, or you know, like whatever, because he was like worried, or you know, like whatever. So in my message to Albert probably was a little bit like a little more over exaggeration, just because I was wanting.
So when you say we, did you talk with the kids about let's get Albert home?
No. We did sit down, and because when I was asking him, like, was this, you know, did you do this on accident? Was this an accident? You know, whatever. And so we were just talking about, you know, like the whole thing. Everybody was in one room. We were all in the bedroom at the time, which was our bedroom upstairs.
Okay.
So we were all in the bedroom upstairs, and it was just, you know, just talking and, you know, whatever. And I said, I got to let your daddy know. And then I was not going to tell him. That was the original thing. It was not to tell him. It was just to fix it and not tell him. Because then I was like, if I just do that, then we won't have to, you know, we won't have to worry about it.
Right.
But then that was just an opportunity to be like, oh, well, maybe Albert would be like, well, I'll just come back home, or, you know, because it was hard, like, you know, always, all of us just there, going through all these memories and doing all these things without him, you know, like being there, whatever.
No, I get it.
So that was
so did Gannon agree that was a good idea to kind of play it up a little bit?
Did he agree?
Yeah.
We all were in like agreement.
So how did you play it up? Was the fire really not that big, and you made it like it was a big deal, or?
Well, to whenever
just
we
to get Al to say, hey, maybe I should get back home.
When we were explaining it to people in general, like that was our whole like, oh my gosh, it was like whatever, like, because if you had my phone, you saw that like if the people that we messaged, we made it more of like a, you know, like a bigger situation, like than what it really was. And
yeah, because I couldn't understand how a candle could make a big fire, because my wife lights candles all the time around the house, and if we've knocked them over, and if you knock it over, kind of nothing happens. Yeah. I mean, it might singe the carpet a little bit. But, yeah. I've seen the pictures, and I'm surprised that, you know, that much of the carpet was burned.
Well, it was probably because, I don't know, but I know that we did go, like, push down on the carpet, and it was on the cover, the cover was wrapped up on him.
Right.
So, I mean, I don't know, like...
That's what, I was just curious about the burn itself on the carpet, because that looks awfully big for a candle.
I didn't even think that was even big. Was that really big?
Yeah, I mean, that big for a candle, because, like I said, my wife, we look like a church sometimes with all the candles she lights. Yeah. We have dogs running around and kids.
No, it was...
So I was just surprised a candle could make, you know, a big black thing in the carpet that much. That it might have been held there for a little while. Yeah. Maybe he tried to set the place on fire or something.
But see, the thing is, I don't know that Gannon would try to, like, purposely, like, set something on fire. I don't know. I know that he did tell me later that he thought that I was coming downstairs, and he was playing his game. So I don't know.
So he was playing his game when he knocked the candle over?
Yeah, so he did tell us, he told me and Lena and all of us that when we were all talking together, he told us that he thought I was coming downstairs, like to catch him on his game, whatever.
Oh, and that's why he knocked it over?
I don't know. I don't know if he accidentally or thought, whatever. I just know he said that he thought.
But did he take any responsibility for knocking the candle over, or did he just say it happened, or what?
No, he did say that.
Okay.
He did say that he had done it, that he had started it or whatever. And that's why I kept asking him, like, did you do it on purpose?
That's what I'm curious about.
Or did you, was it an accident? He told me an accident. He thought I was coming downstairs. So, to me, sir, we could afford to buy another
for sure.
sofa and another carpet. Now, that's not a problem. Like, I mean, we're talking about, like, things that we had and nice things that we can afford to buy that. So that was not a point of contention, and Gannon very well would have known that too.
So did it burn the sofa also?
I don't think it burned the sofa.
Okay.
I don't think it burned the sofa. I'm just saying, like, in general in the area, whether if it would have burned sofa, TVs, all that.
Right. Did he light the candle?
We could afford
or who
to
lit
do
that
it.
candle? Do you know?
The candle he had already lit the candle because the dogs were, I think, have these, like, really bad farts and stuff.
Okay.
And so he had already lit the candle, which we
Does
allowed.
he normally do that?
Yeah, we allowed him to he could light the candle if he wanted to. He was allowed to open, like, packages that came. That's where I was telling you, Albert taught him how to use, like, the box cutter and stuff like that. He was allowed to do those type of things, as long as, he was usually within reason, like, okay, I'm not going to go light, the lines on fire, or, or something like that. When I was little, too, like, I did the same thing about curious about matches and, like, things like that, but we had already given him enough of, like, safety talks about, like, Albert, when he talked to him about using the box cutters and knives, he always showed him the right direction, not to just go to, like, cutting open boxes and stuff. So he had already had these, like, talks about the correct way to do these things. So.
Well, it explains those two. So I've got the bath salts, the candle, and now the foot injured in the garage. So tell me about that.
The foot injured...
Oh, sorry, before I go there, so we don't forget, you said peeling these later?
I just remember that on Monday his arm had a little bit of peeling to it. And that's when I said in my mind, and like I told the other lady that's here, that I did at that point say, I probably should, like, think about if later on after I put stuff on it, I need to think about if it gets worse, monitor the situation, like those type of things.
Did you put stuff on it or no?
Well, we had took that green aloe stuff and we had took and put the little, because the dog had just had get bit before, so I already had that little wrap stuff,
Okay.
And so we had already done that in that situation.
Did you put it on both arms?
I think it was on the right arm, I feel like.
And then when did you do that? Was that Sunday night, Monday morning, both?
I think it was Sunday night.
Okay.
No, actually it wasn't. It was through the night because we stayed up late, so it would have already been Monday morning hours, like into Monday morning hours.
So why were you guys up late?
Because we couldn't breathe. The smell was so it's like stuck in the house from the smoke. We couldn't breathe, no matter what we did.
So where did you guys hang out until you could breathe?
We slept in our room, and then we opened all the windows downstairs.
Okay, and all four of you slept in?
So Lena, Harley, me, and him were in the room for a while. Then Gannon went to Lena's room at this point. Yeah. So then Gannon went to Lena's room for a while, but then he was in his room by the time he woke up, so I don't know if he got up in.
What time do you think you went to Lena's room? Was it after midnight or no?
Sure, I don't know.
When did you call him in sick? It was pretty early in the morning.
Well, we didn't. What happened is we didn't. All I did was I called and asked about his stomach. It was anything to do with the fire or anything like that. My question was, I had already given him Miralax, which was like, what Miralax is. So we had a prescription over the counter. I say whatever it is, prescription Miralax, glycerine or whatever. And I had already given him that. And so then I also had X-Lax. And I thought, at what point can I not, like, how much is enough, if I can't get him to pass this, at what point is there enough, or can I go ahead and do it, like an enema, or like, cause Albert can tell you, I've given him an enema before, and like things like that, because it gets so bad, and they're just so big, and they get clogged up. So that was the concern about how to get him to pass that. Because, like, for me, I have to, like, I can drink 10 scoops of Marital and
won't affect you.
It won't affect me at all. Yeah. And so I didn't want it to be where it was the squirts and then also the combination is different in my stomach because, like I said, if I take 10 of them, I'm okay.
So he's having the squirts and he started having those in the hike, but he couldn't pass that whole evening. Is that right?
Right. He would get out balls, like big balls, but like couldn't get like the whole thing out. And that was sometimes if he finally, and then when he finally
gets
one out,
wasn't it?
For me, I lay in the bathroom and I'm in pain.
Yeah.
Like whenever.
Was he telling you he was in pain?
Well, he sits on the toilet. His common thing is that he'll sit on the toilet and just sit there and sit there and sit there. So as long as he's got something to focus with, Gannon's pain tolerance is very like high when it comes to just sitting there, like focusing and all this stuff. So I mean,
So he spent a lot of time in the bathroom that evening, just sitting there.
Yeah, off and on the bathroom. We got kids meals, but he came out and ate his kids meal. So then it made him feel better. So I said,
McDonald's or what?
No, we Carl's Jr.'s.
Carl's Jr.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I had originally said Burger King, but that's not Burger King right there. That's Carl's Jr.
Got it.
Carl's Jr.'s.
Yeah.
Because I never go to Carl's Jr., but we got 2 kids meals, and I think I got something too. And Lena went with me to go get it. So he ate the kids meal when we got back.
But he still hadn't passed. So.
Well, if he ate, he had done something. He had already used it some because he wouldn't have eaten.
And had you given him the Marital before the meal then?
I'd already given him Marital like throughout the week. We always had this thing where if I went in there and took one of my shots, like of acai berries or something like that, he would take one too. So it was common for me to be like, okay, here, mix. And Albert would always say, go mix him up one of the drinks because we put in orange juice. Well, he didn't like juices as much unless it was like Kool-Aid juices, like sweet. So it was a common thing to always try to give Marital to regulate the system. But the problem is, if you don't take the Vyvanse, say you don't take it for a day, like you didn't take it on Saturday, because family was in town, and say you don't take it on Saturday, and if you don't take it on Sunday, that's when it starts to happen. So that's when the constipation and the diarrhea kind of can go hand in hand. So like, let's say if he would have took it Saturday, and let's say he would have took it Sunday, he wouldn't have been as bad. Right. But then the problem is, Albert always would want him not on it if we're going to go do like a big time activity, because instead of having him like, zoned out on something, I mean, you would want your kid zoned out on something.
Yeah.
That was the
Vyvanse stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
And so like the thing was, if we go somewhere that requires him to have like, massive amounts of things, then that we don't want him to be under that Vyvanse and just have to be like zoned in. We want him to be able to like, especially like on the hike, I wanted him to be able to like run around and do things, because me and him were always on the top of all, like if we had hikes, we were always on the top of hikes. We were always the ones like, leading, doing everything.
So was he bleeding that night? Do you know?
From
rectally,
from
anally, yeah.
So what happens is from him squeezing, I hate talking about this. It sounds bad talking about like.
Well, I'm trying to figure out, things that are going on with him these last couple hours.
Yeah, so like from him squeezing and stuff like that, his does the same thing as mine does, and mine does the same thing. And so that's why I told you we're so much alike, and we could relate on that, because it was like, oh my gosh, like blood out your butt, and then just from like squeezing and things like that, and that wasn't like pouring out.
Okay, so it wasn't a copious amount.
Yeah,
it's just
so
because of him struggling with that all night, or that evening into the night.
Yeah.
You don't know when he eventually felt good? Or
how it works is he might feel good, and then it gets him where it's hurting still until he gets it all out. It's not until he returns like 100% of being like, okay, I'm back to Gannon.
Did he get back to Gannon that night?
For Sunday?
Yeah.
Yeah. So he was fine when he was downstairs. I told you he earned extra time to like be able to stay up and stuff.
Yeah, but I thought, was he not struggling with this after the candle incident?
Right. Like what happens is I mean, if you want to call in a GI person, but he gets where he's okay, and then a little bit more okay, and a little bit more. It's just episodes. They happen once a month-ish, where he goes through those episodes of his stomach, and And mine does the same thing. No,
So when you guys were up in the bedroom, how was he?
You mean like after
the flame and fire and smoke?
He was upset and like crying because he thought he was going to lose his switch, like for a long time. Like he thought, that he was going to lose his switch for a long time. So my biggest thing was, I don't care, we'll just do whatever we got to do to buy new ones, buy new whatever. I would be quicker to cover up a lot of things for Gannon. Because we just related on the same page, more so than Lena, because Lena would be more of kind of like bratty-ish or, whatever. So Gannon could be more of like, we can have like secrets and talk and say, hey, we're not going to tell them that we did this, or,
Right.
Yeah. So I'd be more inclined to like, okay, don't tell anybody, we'll fix it. And so that was kind of like our conversations, what we were talking about, and and he was upset, like very, like upset and hurt and just trying to do whatever, but we also kind of just.
So how late do you think he stayed up with you in the room until he finally left?
I don't know.
Was it past midnight, or do you know?
I don't know.
Okay.
At this
But
point
he left on his own.
At this point. So whenever he went to Lena's room, I think he walked down. I don't remember exactly, but I know because all four of us couldn't fit in the bed plus two dogs. So at one point in time, we had to switch the whole, like, okay, you go sleep here, you go sleep here. And I feel like at one point, Harley was sleeping on the sofa, and then Harley and Lena switched, because we were up. Like I said, we couldn't breathe. It was very smoky. So we were all like not sleeping. When Lena went to school, I'm pretty sure she probably went to sleep, or was very, very like exhausted.
Right.
Because like us staying up and like getting tired and stuff.
So Lena was real sleepy, but she went to school.
Yeah, like what I'm saying is when she woke up, she probably was like really, really like felt like she could have used a couple more hours.
So why did you call Gannon in sick and not her?
Well, she wasn't struggling with stomach problems.
So he still had them in the morning, then?
Right.
Okay.
So it wasn't. I even had messaged Albert through the night and said, "Hey, I asked him. Like I asked him, is it okay if Gannon stays out?" And so that was.
Yeah.
So he didn't respond because he was on a different time zone.
Okay.
And I hadn't got the message yet.
So you called in sick though too for your work.
So what I did was I said, I told Albert, I said, hey, I'll just stay at home with Gannon today. And he didn't write me back or he didn't whatever. But the plan was I wasn't going to go back to teaching. Like that was, like the plan was I did not go back to teaching.
So when was that a plan?
I think it was like December, so I was just going to try to use like days and try to, whatever, because I just didn't want to go back to teaching.
Right. What did you tell your school as far as why you didn't show up that day?
For that day, I didn't talk to them about anything that day.
Your school, you didn't?
Not that day.
Did you just not show? Or did you have classes waiting on you? Or
No. Okay, so what happened was I transitioned because I was like, okay, I wasn't going to be a teacher anymore. And I was like, okay, well, I have to do something until this, like, the whole flight attendant thing started. So I had to do something until then. I couldn't just not have money or whatever. So I got on what is it? I don't know what district it's called, but it's one of the districts. And I said I would do a long-term sub position, or I would do the regular subbing position. And then I just, at that point, was going to just call in whenever I could work. I think it's D8. I have it in my email.
Right.
I could just call in whenever I worked or whatever. And then just...
So were you scheduled to show up then Monday morning?
From the school that I wasn't going to work at anymore, I had already told them that I wasn't. Like, I didn't even complete paperwork with them yet. So it wasn't even...
They weren't counting on you to show up that day, or were they?
What do you mean? But I hadn't signed any contracts. I hadn't done anything with them because the whole plan was I was not going to be teaching. I was just going to be
okay. Yeah, I get you didn't sign contracts, but were they planning for you to come in to do something on Monday and you had to call in?
I never called in on Monday. I'd already told them.
Did you text down or something?
No, on Thursday or Friday I'd already told them. Okay. on Thursday or Friday, I'd already told them that I wasn't coming in. Like, I didn't go in Friday either. Like, I'd already told them I wasn't. So it was like, you're asking me about if I told them Monday, but I'd already told them prior that I wasn't.
You'd already told them, so you didn't have to tell them you're not coming in on Monday?
Right, because I'd already told them because, see, on my dad's side, there was someone who passed away, and I just used that as a reason why I wasn't coming on the prior week.
Oh, okay.
So that's, and then...
How did they pass away?
Well, my dad is remarried to my stepmom. Or my dad is married to my stepmom. And then on her side of the family, she's cancer. So, honestly, I didn't have any plans to go there at all. I didn't.
Yeah.
But it bought me some time into not teaching and then trying to get set up on the next schedule. Because I had started developing, like, a lot of stress over teaching because it wasn't so much about teaching anymore. It was about following a piece of paper that wasn't helping the students. And so that was already a plan that was set separately and trying to figure that out.
So did you say the stepmom excuse then? Did you mention stepmom for the week prior then, as far as why you might not be there?
No, I didn't mention anyone. I just said I had a death in the family. I didn't say anything to do with our family or stepmom or anything. I just said we had a death.
Were they okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean...
What are you going to say? Right.
I mean...
Death in the family, you can't...
Yeah, and plus, too, I hadn't even done anything, like, with them. It was just, why would I even want to set myself up in a position to be teaching with them again? I just couldn't do it. I thought I could because I was like, if I do it, I would just, do it until, I could be on a sub position or whatever, and I hated it.
Yeah. I don't blame you. I had to sub for a little while before the FBI. It was
Well, see, I didn't have a problem moving into the sub list.
Yeah,
like,
but subbing's not fun work.
Right, and of course you don't get paid what you should, but I didn't have a problem moving into the sub list. I didn't want to teach sped. I was in a hard position with not wanting to be a teacher at all. All I wanted to do was work with, like, people and being, like, able to see new people every day. And so I had to buy myself some time, and it just was fortunate that someone had passed away. And so I bought myself time in order to... So you say you wanted the truth, that's the truth. I bought myself time.
That's fine. Yeah.
I bought myself time to just be able to take I think it was Thursday, Friday, maybe Friday. I don't know. It was 1 or 2 days to take that time through the weekend to kind of self-reflect and be like, how can I, get to the position where I want to. You know how hard it is to look at someone and say you spent your whole life working in education and then you don't really want to do it.
Yeah, my wife's in education, my mom's in education. Right. But yeah, I mean, some people are cut out for it and others are like...
Right, and I did it so long and it was like, it was more so about following everything by the book and not being able to actually get to have fun with kids anymore and get to teach them the way you want to teach them.
Right.
It was to buy myself some time, and the plan was just to keep working at the airport and then I go from there.
Okay. So tell me about the next morning then. So now you're at home, Gannon's at home,
right.
Elena's at school. Tell me what happens now.
Right. So this is where I need help from everybody.
Yeah. And you can get help. I've, like I said, I've had some high-level informants that have told me some horrific things, and we've had to relocate them. We can get different names. But to do that, to kick that in motion, we need to know the story. We can't just say, someone's got really important information.
Right. Well, that's where I would need someone to help guide me through this, because I want to help more than anything.
Well, that's why I'm here, because I'm representing Denver FBI, right. And then I have the ability to pull resources from Quantico, which is our behavior analysis unit. Everything comes out of there.
Right.
It's called CERD, which is our incident response group. So
right.
This was a big enough case that the supervisor of the FBI asked me to come down from Denver, and I get all my training out there. So
right.
You're not going to have better resources in this room right now. And I'm not bragging.
Right.
I've just been doing this stuff for a long time.
Right.
So if you tell me what happened and then you need protection, we can do all that stuff. So DEA doesn't have those capabilities. ATF doesn't. No. DEA just investigates drugs, and they're very good at it.
Right.
But the FBI, we're now worldwide, and we have offices, Bogota to Russia to China to wherever.
Right.
So, and we get a lot more funding because of when September 11th happened. That changed everything for us. We were the nation's #1 law enforcement agency before then, but they gave us so many more resources since then.
Right.
And so I am specialized in missing kids and unusual homicides, including serial killings and whatever else. So I didn't get in right away on your case, but I have been working it for the past couple of weeks.
I wish I could have talked to you in the beginning.
Yeah. Well, I'm here now, and whatever you tell me the worst thing I can do for people like you is if you have a story that requires your protection for the FBI, it would not be good for me to run out and say, oh, Letecia told me this, and that's not how it works.
Yeah.
If this can help us find Gannon, we'll do whatever we can. Okay?
I'm not, I just need, protection for the family, and I swear to you.
Okay. Well, you can get that, but we have to know the story first.
So how am I supposed to get help talking to someone first before we talk to you? Because I'm willing to do that.
So here's your deal. If you need help, and if you want to go through the court process, that's fine. We leave, and then you work through the court process. But then it just becomes the whole focus of this, Letecia, right now you're the only one. You're the last one. You're the last adult with him. You're the last adult we know about with him. You have not told anybody anything else to lead us. We have been trying to work with Al to say, what is she saying now?
Yeah.
And the Quincy Brown thing and whatever else.
I was mad at him about all that. But a lot of it was keys to help you guys. But it should have just been... If I could have just reached out to someone to be like, I'm terrified for myself and for my family, then it would have been. And also what I can help you with can also help you with something else you might be already working into.
Well, what is that?
I'm just saying.
Well, Letecia, you've got to give me something here to work with. If you want to go through the court process, like I said on here, the last question, if you want to stop at any time, you are more than welcome to stop and say,
but it says you can have one present to talk to you.
Yep. And that will kick in the court process, and then we're done, which is fine, and if that's what you want. Okay, but the whole, if you need protection and that sort of thing, I can't get you there without you giving me something. So, I listened to all the calls with Al, and I've seen the crime scene reports. Okay, what happened in the bedroom was not Gannon slinging his blood on the wall.
Well, that's totally, not even to do with anything.
Yeah,
that's why I'm so, upset about bedrooms and all those things. Because I understand you're an expert. I know that. But I'm telling you, I'm going to need, protection. That's it. It's not me. I'm not the person.
So, but if you're not the person, the charges won't be different. Okay, if you allowed someone else to come in and do the things to Gannon that we know happened to him, you're just as guilty.
I didn't allow anyone, and I don't know of anything like you're talking about to be happening to Gannon. I do know that there's something I can tell you that can help you, or help me, help everyone, but I do need that help.
Well, so let me tell you where I am. Okay. Like I said, I've been 23 years with the FBI. For the last 20, I've been working violent crime. And I've worked some of the worst cases. And it's kind of messed me up a little bit, to be honest.
Right.
Seeing what I've seen.
Okay.
And I worked 20 years of bank robberies. So I always thought that you were going to have, I'm the FBI, I'm the good guy, bad people go rob banks. And that's not how it is.
Right.
I've had to help arrest other FBI agents, police officers, people from the church, school resource officers. I mean, it doesn't matter what you do.
Mm-hmm.
And on the other side, some of the bank robbers, one of them came out after serving a 10-year sentence, and we hit it off just fine, even though, we were on opposite sides of the fence.
Right.
The thing that I have seen, though, throughout is when something very bad happens, people think they can't recover from it. And I do not think you are a bad person.
I'm not.
That's why I'm here. No, I don't.
I've seen bad
people.
And I know you told people that to get them to help you,
No,
but I'm not.
No, I would not have this approach with you if I thought you were a bad person. I think something bad happened. And I think that what I've seen a lot, whether it's you think that you can get out if you do this or this or this, that's where you are now. And you're hoping that one of these things can save you. They're not going to be able.
What do you mean? What were you talking about? Someone's not going to be able to save me?
There was nobody else there. Okay. We've looked at the alarms. We've looked at the motions. We've looked at the detectors.
The alarms are already covered up.
The alarms were already covered up.
Yes.
Okay. But
sir, I'm telling you, what you have is not you. I know you say you wouldn't sit here and say this to me if I wasn't whatever. I'm telling you, it is true. I would not and did not. Would not, did not. And with you guys having my phone, I would have thought that you would have had some of the apps looked into. Now, I would have thought that sometimes when I talked to Albert, you might have listened to them all or whatever. It could have been some help and indication on the apps. I really did. Because I couldn't come at you and just tell you if you say there's somebody not involved. I could walk you through it and prove it to you, and you guys have already had this predetermination. I don't mean you. I haven't. This first time I spoke to you. You guys have already had this predetermination that that's what's going to happen. It's already in your mindset.
Yeah, because we have no other evidence pointing us elsewhere. Right. So if there was a shred of evidence, Letecia, that pointed us to some other person, we would be all over it. As soon as Quincy Brown came out of your mouth, it doesn't take long.
So, 100% he's in Mexico right now.
Yes, we do now.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Because we did get our legal, we have what's called a legal attaché.
Mm-hmm. Okay. That's where, that alone, and I get that you're saying you have someone who looks into that and knows that, that's where I know in my heart that I can't trust to get help. That very reason.
You're saying Quincy Brown's not in Mexico?
No, that's not what I'm saying. But you would have said another word, like something in between that would have gave that off. Like, you wouldn't have said he's just in Mexico and you didn't do anything. You would have said, oh, did he come back here for a reason? You wouldn't have said any of that. You would have known some other things too. Or maybe you have and you just can't tell me those things. And that's okay. But...
Well, we don't... In a case like this, so tips will come in. Mm-hmm. The public will call in. And then, of course, you and Al are of primary interest because you're the parents of the missing kid. And most, 90% of the time, when a kid goes missing, it has to do with one of the parents. Mm-hmm. That's it. We work on probabilities.
Okay.
So, and especially with you, then, you're there, you say he went to a neighbor's house. Okay. That's the very first thing you say. And then there's no thought that somebody took him.
You said there's no thought?
There's no thought for law enforcement.
But you're not understanding what happened leading up to the days before. Nothing to do with Gannon, nothing to do with me, okay, in terms of me and Gannon. Okay, I love Gannon with all my heart. And so you can sit here and say 90% parents, this, okay?
I'm not saying you don't love him.
I love him.
I'm saying that even I have had times when my son rolled the basketball underneath that I wanted to turn around and do something, and then I would have regretted it later.
But what you're saying to me is, what you think is that I hurt Gannon.
And I don't think it was intentional.
Okay, but I didn't hurt Gannon, okay? And I didn't either intentional or not intentional hurt Gannon. I did not. just not what happened. Okay? And I had this conversation with you just to see for a second if I could get help from you.
Which you can, but how can you expect me to help you, Letecia, if you're not going to tell me what happened?
Because
you can't go, just so let me
I'm
tell
sorry.
you can unlock the entire resources of the FBI right now. I've told you that. But then you say that you're not willing to do it, whether you don't trust me or you think that there's these
But you
people
already
involved.
told me someone wasn't there based on an alarm.
That's from what we can see. Yes,
Okay.
movement in the basement,
Right.
movement upstairs,
But you've already
etc.
told me that based on that, okay? But what you're not realizing is there's 2 sensors on that home, okay? 2 that can easily be manipulated, easily, okay? And if you even knew anything about prior, you would be thinking a lot differently now. But see, that's why I can't talk to you about these things, because you already have predetermined what you think.
It doesn't matter what I
You-
predetermined.
But you
Listen,
said intentionally, unintentionally, and that's not the case.
I'm not saying I'm right 100% of the time. It doesn't. You need to just disregard whatever I think, or really whatever anybody else thinks. If you have a truth, and if you have something that will help us find him, really, to hell with me and everybody else and what we think. You should just cast that aside. All I can follow is the facts of the case as they're told to me.
Okay.
And so for me to go somewhere else besides the facts, I have to then go back to the facts to check it. So when I say something
I'll
like...
talk to you in private, but you can't tell Albert about anything that led up to it or anyone else.
Albert will
But
not know any of this.
I understand that, but I need your help, and I need to know that you tell me there's resources, you tell me whatever, okay? I know you're saying you got whatever, this and that and all that, but I really am going to need help, like, a lot. Swear to you. Don't base it on some alarm reports, because they can easily manipulate it.
Well, we're not just
They
looking
easily
at
were.
alarm.
I know, I'm saying when you were saying no one else was there.
So
When you say that, don't base it on that, please. I'm begging you. Because that was not even remotely, was not even it. Not even.
So you care about Gannon.
I care about Gannon. I have reached out every day offering for people to go with me certain places to get even insight, to see. I've every day asked, hey, can you go do this? Can someone meet me here?
So you've asked someone to go look for him?
Right, like I reached out and I asked Albert, I said, hey, can you meet me? Let me tell you about this, and let's go to this location to look. I've asked all these
What
things.
location do you think he's at now, Gannon?
No, I'm just saying, like,
No,
in general.
but I'm asking you.
In
right
general.
now. Where do you think he is right now?
I don't know exactly. I don't know,
Well, where do you know him to last
but I am 99% confident Gannon is alive.
Okay. Letecia, where do you know him to last be?
I want to help, sir, but I'm in a room, and you've already talking about all this and your courts, and it's me against everybody else.
So here's the deal. Once this thing goes through the courts, you talk about that, you're the only one to be with him. You think you're going to be able to tell a story.
A story?
It might be a true story.
Gosh, sir.
But
story?
listen, I've listened to a lot of your stories, and I don't know what else to tell them.
Yeah, okay, that's because I was mad at him. Had nothing. I already knew.
But I've seen what you told the news reporter. I've listened to what you told El Paso about the sex assault that happened in the house.
I already knew that you guys were listening to him.
Yeah.
So I said that because I was angry.
But what I think I can offer you today is some help.
Okay.
Okay. And I've told people that I've worked with here this story because you remind me a lot of a case I worked about 5 years ago, and I'm still working a little bit of it today because of the fallout. There's a guy from Highlands Ranch, his name's Harold Henthorne.
Okay.
And he pretended to go to a job every day like he was earning a lot of money. His first wife, she was a social worker in Denver. She ends up getting sick. He's going to have to pay for her medical bills. And because of that, she's going to be sick. She's going to have medical bills. She's going to find out that Harold doesn't really have a job.
Okay.
his image was very important to him. And he ended up staging an accident, and I'm not saying you did this to Gannon, I just want you to listen to the story. And the car fell on his wife and killed her. And he got away. Yes. It was down in Sedalia. A Jeep, he somehow got her underneath the Jeep, and the entire Jeep came down and crushed her. 10 years later, 12 years later, he's married to a second wife. They have a lot more money. They have a family. Harold's a Christian man. He went to Cherry Hills Church, which is a big church in Highlands Range. And he built the walls for Juarez. He would go down and do mission work, etc. So he had a good heart. But his second wife, she was an eye surgeon in Cherry Creek, and she kind of her family started figuring out that Harold didn't really have a job. And he actually dropped a beam on her head at a cabin, not trying to kill her. We don't know what that was about. But she stopped the oil checks coming in to Harold, because Harold he was collecting the family's oil checks. And then she ends up falling off the cliff in Estes Park. And you can't prove the difference between a push and a fall. And I found this out going into it, because if it happens in Estes Park, it's a federal crime.
Okay.
So Harold stood to inherit $6.5 million for her death. And he was just fine coming out there, but Harold told different stories to different people. Like from his church, he would say Tony was his wife. He said Tony was clumsy, she wasn't paying attention. Tony was looking at turkeys, she just ran off the edge. Tony was this, and that really hurt him in court. Because what happens later on is Harold's thinking, I was just saying this, because, maybe she was doing that, maybe she wasn't.
Right.
Instead of saying, this is what happened.
Right.
And he also said, I didn't see her when she fell off the cliff. He said, I was just looking the other way. Really? You're looking at her the whole time?
Right.
And then the time that she's off the cliff.
Right.
And so I'm looking at your story, the ones that you've told to Al, the ones that you've said in the media, of hitting your head. When you hit your head, you didn't see what happened. And then when someone else takes Gannon, or when he's riding a bike and he hits his head and stuff like that.
Riding a bike. I just told you I was saying that to Albert because I was upset that he wasn't listening to me, that I did not hurt Gannon.
I don't think you intended to hurt Gannon at all.
Sir, there's no...
No, I'm not saying you did. Or he hurt himself. Something bad happened in his room.
No.
Have you seen the...
Sir.
You've helped clean it off the wall.
Sir,
we know that.
This here, what you're talking about is completely irrelevant about the whole thinking bad, whatever.
Tell me about, if it's irrelevant, Letecia, help me. Because there's a big blood pool in the corner, there's spray on the wall.
Because if I tell you anything about any of that, all you're going to say to me is, hey, da-da-da-da.
If you didn't do it, no, I will be your advocate. Because why, do we know each other?
No, but
Why would I care? If you didn't do it, and it helps me find Gannon?
I didn't do it.
Okay, well then help me find out who did.
Who did what?
That to Gannon in his room.
Done what to Gannon in his room?
There's a pool of blood in the corner.
Okay.
That's Gannon's blood.
Okay, so you're saying, now this is where I have a hard time knowing whether to be like, okay, trust you or not, right? You're saying there's a pool of blood. Albert said saucer-sized blood, because I'm sure you had him say all this, because I'm sure you were there, or whatever. Okay. In his room, and you said something about, what'd you say?
On the wall.
Okay. Then, if that's your whatever, your expert advice, or
there's
whatever.
More blood.
Okay. Then, where do you think that I had any involvement with Gannon, and where did he go? That's where it has to click at some point. That.
And that's what I listened to you do that to Al, to where you're making him guess what happened to Gannon.
I don't want him to guess.
Well, no, you're
help.
asking me to guess.
No, I was asking a question, sir. I wasn't trying to get you to guess. I was just saying in general, asking a question. I want help with people understanding. I tried to give any insight, help, clue, anything, but I can't because they know my daughter, everyone, my family, my mom, everyone. And you can think that.
But right now, Letecia, I mean, you can go down that road, but it's not going to save you in court. Because you're the last adult with him. So, and nobody else, just let me try to protect you. I'm not trying to hurt you here. This is actually protecting you. If you don't tell us where to go investigate, then nobody's going to investigate for you. You're the last adult with him. You told a lot of lies about all these injuries from his foot.
I didn't tell lies to you or to any police officer.
Did a sex assault happen in the house?
I didn't tell any lies to you or a police officer. Okay.
So we don't have anybody to chase though. If we don't chase you, do you understand?
But if you chase me, okay, and you do this to me, people are protected because you guys aren't going to protect everybody else. People are protected. Okay.
We can protect people. We can protect you, family, if this is involved. Now, I've worked South American theft groups. I've worked gangsters. I've worked organized crime. None of that stuff rings true with what happened here. I mean, how is a very organized gang going to come into a house in Colorado Springs?
Who said a house? Why does it have to be in the house? See, that's where
he last was. Oh. Are you going to make me guess where he was then?
No, I'm telling you. You're not going to listen to me. See, you already just said the last was in the house.
But see, you're going back to you care what I think. You shouldn't care what I think.
I do care what you think. You want to know why? Because I care about how people think of me because I am not that kind of person. That's why.
And if you can point me to a different person, then I can help you.
I gave hints before.
But don't give me hints.
But the thing about it is, if I gave you hints, you automatically took it in an approach of thinking, oh, well, we already looked at the alarm system.
No, that's not how it works. So think about how much we've looked at you over the past month.
Okay.
You give me a new name, or Quincy Brown, or whoever you want to throw, we can do that same sort of microscope. Because you know in here I even have what you entered in your phone, the stuff that you've entered and deleted, like blood is spurting from an arterial bleed, direct pressure not controlling.
Do what? I didn't look this up.
It's from your phone.
Blood is what?
Spurting from an arterial bleed.
No.
Well, somebody did from your phone. I don't like my stepson?
No.
I don't like my stepson. Should I get a divorce? I'll stalk cheating. I'll stalk Instagram. I'll stalk cheating in Colorado Springs. Catch I'll stalk cheating. How to get blood out of sheets.
Out of sheets?
I want immunity.
Oh, the blood out of sheets was because we always had always nosebleeds. If I ever looked at blood out of sheets, it was nosebleeds.
And I figured it might be something.
I didn't ever look up anything about an artery or something unless it went from something else.
It's on your phone.
And I never looked up anything about my stepson unless someone else did it.
The reason I brought up gangs is you looked up, I want immunity because it was gang related. And this sounds like, find me a new husband, find me a rich guy who wants to take care of his kids.
The new husband is just because Albert already knew that was about the lady Debbie Sherrill who wanted to find a new husband after 35 or something. He picked me about Amazon.
And like a lot of these can have nothing to do with this.
It doesn't.
I get it. Can I spray paint wood?
Spray paint wood? Well, we always spray wood.
Yeah. I'm doing all the work for my stepkids and their mom doesn't help.
Oh, that bothered me. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
Oh, yes, because I wanted them to be mine, like
what about
me to be their child.
Hit and run? You Googled a lot on Letecia and traffic accident, hit and run.
No, I didn't hit anybody.
No? What was that?
What date was it?
I don't have a date on these. I was downloading stuff as I was coming on the plane.
Yeah, no, I don't.
My husband wants a divorce. My husband wants a baby, but I want an abortion. One day, some people will wish they treated you differently, which I get that. Parenting should be for people, not one. Quotes a suicidal person might say. I mean, these make me very sad when I read them because I can see you're doing all the work at home by yourself.
Which I wanted to be there. Like, I wanted to totally have the kids as my children. That's the point you're not getting. Like, I wanted those kids to be saying to me that I'm their mom.
Yeah.
Like, I am the person who cares for them, loves them, everything. So you can think that...
What do you do if you suspect a person swallowed poison? Did somebody actually swallow poison?
Poison? I don't know. I always click things and read them.
Did somebody swallow it?
No one swallowed any poison.
Okay. You will never forgive me and treat me like a princess. You'll never know when it's too late.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I always search for things when Albert was gone.
What is an Alford plea? Did you figure out what an Alford plea was?
Alford plea?
Yeah, A-L-F-O-R-D.
I think someone had asked me that, and I probably searched it.
Do you know what it is?
Yeah.
Do you remember? What did you remember of?
I don't remember. I just remember something. Because someone was writing that online. So if anyone wrote something online, I looked it up. Just like the other day, someone wrote something about FBI come in or something, and if I see something online, I always Google what someone else says and see what, what they're saying is matching what he's saying online.
Right.
So, I did that completely. I do that all the time for everything.
So, if you're not willing to go with who took Gannon, can you at least tell me what injuries he suffered? The true ones. As far as the cut foot, was that a legit injury?
Yes.
And where did that happen?
So, he was outside in the garage. And when he was outside in the garage, he was running to go help me take the trash out, come back and help me get stuff out of the car. And then he stepped on something, which I left the blood there. I left it. Because Albert said, don't touch that fine wood or African wood, whatever kind of wood it was.
What did the piece of wood look like?
It's just, I don't know, like a board.
Okay. And it's still there in the garage?
I had to drive over them all the time. So, I always had to drive over the pieces of wood.
Right. But you didn't take that out of the garage?
It's too big. You couldn't have fit it in anything. You couldn't have fit the pieces. The long boards that were in the garage, you could not fit. I left. So there was the piece of board that I threw in the back of Albert's truck. And then there was the two long boards that were sitting there. So the board that was about like this size and the board that was the long boards that were sitting here. I left the longboards because that was supposed to be the fancy wood, and I didn't want to ruin it by trying to get the blood off of it. The other piece of wood was the wood that I threw in the back of Albert's truck.
And what was that one?
There was a bunch of pieces that were laying around that from that night, from us running through there. It was like little pieces. There was a piece about this size, maybe a couple pieces. But
and you threw it in the back of the truck? That bigger piece?
Well, you said bigger like this. It wasn't that big.
Okay.
Yeah, it was cheap wood. I knew it was not the wood that he would be freaking out over. So from Sunday, he did hurt his foot from Sunday.
And how badly was it bleeding?
It wasn't. I say Saturday, I'm sorry. From Saturday. Albert had just left, to drive to the airport. He wasn't even gone long.
Mm-hmm.
He had just left to drive to the airport.
Okay. So did it require a Band-Aid?
Gannon, whenever he always does something, he tries to be he's not laying over, he's oh, I need a Band-Aid or whatever. Gannon would literally walk around with toilet paper in the middle of his toe, and it would have blood or whatever, and just run everywhere to his room or whatever.
Yeah. So what did you do on this occasion?
We literally took the paper towel, that's why I just told you about the toe, and put it in between.
So it was in between his toes is where the injury
was? No,
it
was wrapped here.
Okay.
We had it wrapped. And I don't remember if we got a Band-Aid, to be honest. This is just what Gannon...
So that doesn't sound like a big injury. Then.
Well, it wasn't. It was blood. There was no big injuries. I left it on the wood because I said, I'm not going to clean his fine African wood.
What did it look like on the wood? Drops? Streaks?
Well, what I did originally was I was trying to take water to do it, but then I realized if I put cleaner then that wouldn't do anything but cause the wood to damage, because Albert always wanted to build things with all this wood that we bought.
I saw it.
And if I use those pieces of wood and all that stuff, then, you know.
Did you ever use that shop vac to clean up anything out there?
No, I never used the shop vac. The shop vac was never, I couldn't even, like, move anything with the shop. Anything that would have been used with the shop vac would have been Albert, other than the times that we brought it, which would have been weeks ago, and we did spring cleaning or fall cleaning around the house, in the corners, and that type of thing.
Okay.
So that would have been the shop vac. There was nothing I ever did and vacuumed up something with a shop vac.
Right,
or like,
that helps me. I'm just asking.
Like any of that.
Right.
There's none of that ever happened.
So, the burns on the arms weren't that bad. The cut on the toe or the bottom of the foot wasn't that bad.
So we still were able to go hiking. He was able to still go hiking. It was bleeding on the board, but we
not
never
after that, not all over the house, that sort of thing.
Well, he had the piece of paper and went down to his room.
Yeah.
Like wrapped around his foot. So I mean, if anything, there could have been drops of blood or something, but no.
What about the wound to the head that you talked to Al about?
So Albert was like trying to get me to say whatever, because I'm sure you guys are having him do that, and I knew that's what he was doing. So Albert was trying to get me to say that, like talk to him about, you know, like wounds or you know, whatever. So I threw off some stories to Albert because he was making me so upset, just like everyone not understanding that there's an intervention portion here, and there's someone intervening in this, and that's where people didn't understand and weren't saying anything. So I just started rambling stuff to Albert, and I even said to you guys, hey, I know you're listening. You know, and it was just to be whatever.
But do you know what that sounds like, though, to a dad who's missing his kid, and then you say, and a grievous head wound happened where it was blood running down his face and that sort of thing, and it's, you know, had to bandage it up and...
Well, I don't remember saying anything about bandaging up.
I think you said Quincy Brown tried to bandage it up.
Oh, because he was making me mad about something, yeah. I was about to say, I don't remember me saying I did that, but...
So... he did suffer a head wound, though.
Head wound?
Yes.
Okay.
Head or neck.
Okay.
And that is what caused the blood there. And so, even if you choose not to tell us where Gannon is today because you're too nervous or whatever else, we would like to know where that was on him. So, if we find him on our own, if you've given me the clues to go find him, that sort of thing, where was that wound?
Gannon is alive.
He's alive, fine, but where was that wound? Was it his neck or his head?
I don't know anything about a neck or head.
Well, you had to clean up the wall. You went ahead.
That is not even from what you're talking about there. Had nothing to do with anything from Saturday, Sunday, and whatever. That had nothing to do with any of that.
How could it not?
It did
not.
not.
There was a lot of blood.
It did not.
You're going to have to explain that.
Sir, it did not.
Well, just tell me how.
It did not. I promise you.
But you're not going to tell me how.
Because
so where we can help you with
You're
this.
not going to help me, though.
How could I not help you? How are you going to get up, Letecia, on the stand after telling all these stories, which we're going to ask you about, and then say, I can explain all that, and it's some party that I never told law enforcement to go chase? If Gannon is alive, we have an 11-year-old kid somewhere being held against his will, and you're not telling us. You might as well have done this yourself. That's why I'm saying...
Let me hold your pen. I'll write there. Oops. I'm going to fill it out. I'll just put that there.
Fine.
Here you go.
What about the blood on the back of the Tiguan?
Tiguan?
Mm-hmm.
The only blood would have been in the back of Tiguan when we were we opened the car up. In the car, we were sitting there to do his foot. There's nothing to do with this.
There's too much to be
No.
just a toe.
No. No, sir. That is absolutely not true. That was where we were sitting on the back of the car when we were unloading the stuff. We were sitting on the back of the car. There is no, no, sir.
There's plenty in the garage, though.
But there was nothing in the garage. There was plenty of times that everybody worked in the garage. Had nothing to do with...
Not everybody. Gannon's not working in the garage and bleeding all over the place.
There was nothing about bleeding all over the place in the garage that had to do with anything. I'm telling you, what you're asking me was completely, totally different than anything has to do with.
Do you know what this looks like? Say you're telling me the truth. Again, please don't care what I think. Say you're telling me the truth right now, that Saturday had nothing to do with him disappearing and being gone for over a month. Do you know what that looks like for you?
It looks like I'm in the middle of a situation that I need help getting out of.
But you're not willing to tell me how to help you. So now you're saying that Gannon had a really bad head wound on Saturday.
No, I didn't say that. That's not what I said.
The head thing was Saturday,
right.
And the amount of blood there?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying what you're talking about completely different than what you're saying.
Correct.
Again. Yeah.
Yeah, but this doesn't look any better for you, because now you haven't told Al that he has a head wound. You haven't called the hospital.
It wasn't like that. It was not what it was like.
Well, then you have to tell me. I mean, you don't have to do anything, but...
It's not what it was like, sir. It's not... Had nothing to do with me. It's not what it was like, sir. Okay.
So did someone else injure him on Saturday? That's an easy question. You don't even have to tell me a name. Did someone else injure him on Saturday?
I wanted to meet friends because I didn't have friends. Okay. So I wanted to meet friends. Okay. Did Albert ever tell you about any of these apps he had me to go on?
Mm-hmm.
See, that's where this is going to be whatever, because you're not going to take my version and my side of what really happened.
Letecia, let me stop you. If you help us, I will take whatever version you tell me, and I will actually prove it. That's all I do. Is I don't chase. I am wrong most of the time.
Do you have a way to pull up apps? Do you have a way to pull up the stuff on apps? Do you have that?
We can do that while you're here, yes.
Okay. Well, I'm saying, you said you have this.
Yes, we have ways to pull up apps.
Okay.
What app?
How do you have ways to pull up apps?
We have technical people. I'm not a tech person, but we have plenty of tech people that are super smart to do it. If you tell me what to do, we can do that while we're talking, take a break, you can go to the restroom, whatever else. We can solve this thing right now.
Why come I just can't talk to you without a bunch of people watching me?
Then we can talk right now.
Yeah, but come on, there's people here.
Yeah. What do you want me to do? You tell me what you want to do, and I will have you do it.
I want to talk to you to tell you about leading up to anything. I want to talk to you because I want you to find Gannon, and I believe in all my heart you will help me. Not lie to me.
I will help you.
Not try to say, oh, you're telling the story and throw me somewhere. Okay?
So is he alive?
Let me finish this and I can answer your question.
Okay.
I understand what you're saying about federal versus local, whatever. Okay? So the first thing I'm going to want to talk to you is that I don't want anything said before held against me if I provide you with 100% the truth to help you.
That'll work. This is the first time we're talking, and it's for a reason. You haven't talked to the feds yet.
Right. So if I can, I don't want to be sitting here with all these people watching, because I want you to listen at exactly what happened and go from there. Okay?
Okay.
And that's not, I know you're trained to do this and interrogate people and all this. I want nothing more than for Gannon to be okay. That's all I want. I promise you. That's all I want.
Okay.
That's it. And I will take whatever resources, whatever help you want me to go do, even if it means take myself in the middle of somewhere where someone wants me to go to get him, to make sure he's okay, I would do it. Because I love Gannon, and I love my family, and I love the ground that everybody walks on. Albert, Harley, Lena, Gannon, that is my family. Okay?
So,
and I know in the end, you might think you got whatever by this and forensics and whatever. And I'm not arguing any of that. Very smart to know that you're a smart man. You're not stupid. But I need the help, the resources to not be attacked anymore. To know that something on the stupid app was a silly mistake. Okay?
So you brought someone in.
So I'm not, I just said I would talk to you.
I know, I get it. So, I'm representing law enforcement from Colorado.
I understand.
Okay. And if you tell me something, even though, we started a recording now and whatever else, and if you say we won't talk unless we turn off the recording, that can happen? But I'm going to pull in all those resources.
No, I want you to pull in resources. I'm not denying you to say pull in the resources. I'm looking at you from mother to a father. I have been scared because I don't know what's going to happen. Not because I did something. I wouldn't have told you that there was random people, intervention, or all these things if there wouldn't have been. Okay? I wouldn't have done that. I wouldn't have done that.
Mm-hmm.
Could have easily just been like, hey, if there was truly what you guys had thought about, I don't think you intentionally done it, there was this accident, common sense, well enough to know to pick up the phone and say an accident happened. I'm not stupid, okay? Might be freaking out because I don't know how to get this help, but I'm not stupid, okay? And that's looking you dead in the eye to tell you, I did not hurt Gannon at all, okay? Swear to you. So if you're willing to give me the opportunity to talk to you, I don't want to be watched by people. I don't want to be whatever.
This is a separate recorder. This is mine.
Right. And so does the Myrtle Beach house.
Yeah, they do.
Right. Right. But I need the help.
You'll get the help.
Okay.
All we're focusing on is finding that kid.
Okay, and that's what I want. I don't want to look at you look at me like I'm just this bad person who doesn't want to find our child. That's not it. I just don't, when it came at me as an attack, okay, because that's what originally happened, okay, and I get it. They have to do their job, because guess what? They're probably parents too, right? So they have to do their job, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I get that part, okay. You can ask me about any of these, whatever, I'm sure it was something I saw somewhere, and I never looked up anything about some stepchild. I've looked up how I haven't got help, and how I wanted help, and how I wanted to be the person that they always were. Well, I didn't even want him to go home. I didn't even want him to have to go to their mother at all, because I had to see the pain and agony Albert went through, worry. So, you're going to take my character based upon
No, I'm not.
whatever.
This is part. Listen, when a kid goes missing, we don't only look at the person. We look at the entire neighborhood. We go through people's closets. We go. Everybody's lives is turned upside down. And
I'll tell you right now, if any of this is since then, of course I've looked at what people said. If people said something about the FBI, I Googled FBI.
Again, you worry too much about what we think. If you will get us there, we can protect you.
Okay, so then I talk to you. And I don't talk to Myrtle Beach Police Department and all these other people. I talk to you, and I explain to you. Okay? Because you're already saying you are charging me with something.
It's already been charged.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. You're already saying that. Okay? So, how do I know that when I give you this here information...
But that's what this recording does. It protects you. Because I've already told you, we will do this. We used to not record things, but we do now. And the only people sitting in there is the district attorney and some of the El Paso people. Myrtle Beach has nothing to do with this. They helped us find you.
Right.
So they have to be involved in this.
I understand that. There's nothing against Myrtle Beach.
Myrtle Beach is not in on this.
Okay, well,
if someone else took Gannon, we can find him.
Here, and I don't like that. I want to be able to have an emotional, raw conversation.
Let's do it now.
I can't.
I mean, we can't go anywhere. Where do you want to go?
Because I know people are sitting right
Nobody's
here.
sitting there.
Okay, someone's watching from there.
They are in the other room. It's the district attorney. Do you want me to tell them they can't watch?
No, I want to talk to someone in a raw, real conversation so you can see truly in my heart the situation. That's what I want.
That's what this is.
No, it's not, sir.
But how can I make
Who is
it
it? The district attorney from Colorado?
Yes.
Yeah, see? Come on.
I can ask him to leave the room.
No, it's not about leaving the room. It's about I'm asking for, instead of going through all, this, whatever, sitting here wasting our time or whatever, I'm asking just to talk to you. Because I'm taking your word that you're going to help me and you're going to provide the resources from wherever you said you have them.
Before I do that, let me ask you some questions, okay? Because this is our investigation.
Right.
You're taking all these trips up to Palmer Lake. Multiple trips.
Mm-hmm.
Different cars.
Mm-hmm.
Renting a car.
Okay.
How are you not involved in this?
First off, I didn't ever get the drive to rental car anywhere. Because immediately once we, let me go ahead and correct on this now. Once we got the rental car or whatever, the National Guard was there. Everybody was in the house. We went and Albert's took the whole entire day going to come and go and all these places. So I never drove the rental car anywhere. And it's already been corrected from budget about the rental car situation. I had to get that corrected yesterday. I never even drove it anywhere because I didn't get to. So whatever GPS you get from the rental car, it never was driven by me anywhere but literally up the street, back. I didn't hardly drive it anywhere. So there was no rental car driven to any kind of places at all. The only time I went anywhere in the rental car might have been maybe 40, 50 miles. I don't know. No more than 100 miles, counting there and back. And that was just driving it through the day because I went back to get my car.
But you're the only one at the PetSmart.
For what?
We can see the video there.
Not in a rental car.
No, I'm not saying rental car. I'm just working through this to say if someone else is involved.
Okay.
It's only you there.
And the PetSmart has nothing to do with this.
This is Monday, though.
Yeah, but the PetSmart has nothing to do with this at all.
With Gannon's disappearance.
And that's where the whole entire thing is that's where I just said, I know I'm not going to be able to trust you. Because you just immediately went to the PetSmart.
Well, I went from the rental car, said, so what? But I'm trying, the reason why my mind is going there, it's going to where do we have video? Mm-hmm. What did we miss? Mm-hmm. If there's someone else involved.
And did you not see me completely freaking out, at the PetSmart? Did you not see that?
No.
Did you not see me walking back and forth at the PetSmart?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So.
Yeah, but we can't interpret your behavior as what if Gannon's hurt in the back of the truck? What if Gannon talks to someone? We don't know why you're freaking out.
If Gannon was hurt in the back of the truck, you already have the truck too.
Yeah.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's not even remotely even the case at all. It's not even remotely the case at all.
But we don't know because there's no Gannon to tell us. Does that make sense?
Trust me, I want Gannon to be able to tell you. Because I know he would walk right in that room and tell you that I would never hurt him and did not. Guarantee you. Doesn't mean I've always been the perfect step-parent. Doesn't mean I haven't fussed with people. Doesn't mean I haven't been stressed or whatever because I never wanted them to leave and go to this place with their mom. That's a fact. Complete fact. I begged and begged and begged for them to say this. So until you realize that as my character, you're not going to realize to be able to help me.
But I've already said, from what I can tell, you don't have any violence in your background.
I'm not violent. I don't hurt people.
Yeah. So I'm willing to chase. You have a lot of resources right here.
But you just sit and told me though that the Petco, we've already seen the video. There's no one out there.
But we don't. Again.
You saw the inside of the video for Petco.
Right, and we saw the parking lot.
Okay.
But we can't see inside the truck very well.
Okay. All right. you're 100% saying you can't see inside the truck very well, okay? But you didn't see anything else at Petco or whatever.
That's
right?
not me.
Okay.
So when I say we,
well,
my
I'm sorry,
job,
you.
yeah, my job is not to look at all the video.
Okay.
We have everything. In a case like this, I told you a bunch of leads come in, etc. And we have someone review Petco and tell us we saw nothing, or we saw this, or we saw that. I don't have time to do all that stuff.
Right.
So when I say me or we, I didn't look at the Petco video myself.
Okay. But it became a point of contention when it's completely irrelevant. Completely irrelevant.
Yeah, but... So you're testing my experience.
No, I'm not testing your experience. Absolutely not. I'm
please.
actually asking for your help, not testing your experience.
And I'm failing your test.
So,
because everything that I've looked at in this case, when you see the blood spatter on the wall, you see a big pool in the corner.
Okay.
You see your shoes that we've collected with Gannon's blood on the bottom of them.
Okay.
And then you point to Eduardo, who doesn't exist, or maybe he did exist, and we don't have a last name.
Okay.
Then you point to Quincy Brown, and then you say Uncle Matt, these names and stuff, and it's like, I've seen it before, and that was Harold. That was.
But I'm not Harold.
I'm not saying you are, but I'm saying this is my experience.
Right. I got you.
I'm not saying you are, but it didn't go well for him because his attorney got up. He was one of the best attorneys in Colorado. He cost $600,000. Craig Truman, and he started
paid $600,000. Okay.
with his dead wife's money. And Craig got up and said, "Harold is not a murderer, but he is a liar."
Right.
And that's what I was worried about when I first got the case, because they asked me to come in and work that case because I had worked other cases like it. And Harold's just sitting there all confident and whatever else. Please don't say this is you. I'm just saying this is my experience, because Harold told all these different stories. But when you start out with your defense attorney saying, my client is a liar, he's just making up crap. That's to the victim's family on how Tony died. That's to his friends at church. And all of them got up and testified, these are the different ways Tony died.
But again, it's not good.
But he might be today. You don't know that if someone is willing, if this, whether it's related or not, the head thing, if someone's willing to hold a kid for 30 days, how are they not willing to kill him?
Can I ask you something, or can I say something?
Yes.
Even if the scenario would have been me just going to go talk to the lady here and telling them, hey, this is what happened, this is who did it, I know that he was hurt by someone. You know what the next question you're going to say to me? Who was this person? And all I'd say to you was, well, can you help me figure it out from this app? Or can you help me figure it out from this? And you know what you would say to me? Oh, yeah, sure. Right? That's exactly what you would say to me. So, unless I can take you directly to where Gannon is, safe and sound, that is the only way that you're going to be like, oh, okay, wait, she was telling the truth about something.
So this person is telling you that he's safe.
So that's the only thing it would have been like. I've even asked y'all, or I say y'all again, I mean you're bad.
I get it.
Okay, hey, please help. Why isn't there a reward? Please, please, please. You're not understanding. Like, I have begged that completely. Like, day in and day out. Begged it to let me...
I still don't understand, Letecia. The thing I don't understand is you're a good person. If you're a good person, why would you not trade your life for Gannon's?
I do. I want to trade my life for Gannon's. But what you have to also understand is not just my life. If it would be just me trade my life for Gannon, I would be totally okay with that.
Now you're talking about more than an individual.
No. I'm talking about talking about other people in the family. I'm talking about involved in this. You're talking about more than one person, because there's no way one person is going to take out multiple people if they talk. I never said someone was like multiple people. I never said it was anything.
But how can you be so afraid of one person?
Because of any actions that could be taken to lead up to why you may know this person or why you might download an app.
Is he law enforcement?
Okay.
Or something that has more power than you would think?
Sir, I want to help, but I need protection.
I told you, I will give you protection. And I'm saying this with attorneys listening to me say this. They'd be rushing in the room right now saying, you can't promise her that, but I can.
Okay, well, who can? Who can promise that?
Do you want to talk with the district attorney?
Sure.
Okay, I'll bring her in. Do you need to go to the restroom?
No.
Okay.
Martha McGinnis. I'm with the district attorney's office.
Just so you know, I looked behind there. This place is under construction. There's no one back. I can walk you back there if you want to look.
Oh, no, I believe you. I was just talking about all these people watching.
Yeah, and Martha's been watching.
Yeah.
I have. Yeah. So John said you wanted to talk to me?
About protection?
So, I don't have any trust in anyone. And obviously, I know I've told him that I said things to Albert because I was mad and upset, whatever. But how do I know that I'm going to get help? Like, because I didn't hurt you, okay, at all. But I need the help to figure out how we're going to get to Gannon.
Let me read you what she wrote.
Okay.
Or I'll just show it to you.
And I know it's Saturday. I probably should,
The head thing was Saturday. It had nothing to do with this. Check my phone for an app. This works fine. So we do have your phone, and we have gone through, like, these are keystrokes.
Right. I'm talking about, like, when you download apps and
Did
stuff.
you have a different phone beside the one that was in your van? Did you have another phone? Like a second phone?
Yeah. No. It's the same phone.
It's the same phone?
Yeah. No, not the same phone. You guys have the phone. That was just someone else's phone.
Okay.
Yeah.
But at this time, that
Yeah, I'm saying
disappeared.
that's the same, the 843 is the 655
Okay.
number.
But you didn't have a second one that this app might be on.
No. I only had this phone.
So, and let me explain, Martha. My understanding of what Letecia's asking is, how does she know, since I've said, if there's a bad guy or guys out there that did this to Gannon, that she can tell us where these guys are, and she's concerned for not only her safety, but the safety of her family.
Right.
And how can
He
she...
asked me would I trade my life for Gannon, and I said yes, but I said it's also other people. Like, how do I know that everyone else is not going to be involved, like another? And how do I know that you guys aren't just trying to be like, whatever, if I walk you through anything or can help you with anything, I don't want to be just thrown somewhere, like, being like, okay, well, you didn't tell me this, and I want to be able to help you and work together because I'm sure you have kids or grandkids or whatever. I do. I don't want to sound like I'm cold-hearted and I'm just tired of being like the person chased instead of being able to have someone to actually have compassion to help me.
Well, I was a little bit confused when I was watching it because John talked about how they're the FBI and they're the premier law enforcement agency that could protect you, could protect your entire family. And if Gannon's alive, they...
Okay.
I can't make you any promises.
Right.
Because obviously there's a lot of information that you have that we don't.
Okay.
So there aren't any promises. I can't come in here and promise you anything regarding the court case or the arrest warrant or your involvement in it.
Okay.
But I can tell you what the number one priority is.
Right.
And it's to find Gannon.
Right.
And so if you were talking to some small law enforcement agency and they said, sure, we'll protect you, I mean, I can see how you would be suspicious of that.
Well, you guys are the lead agency. That's why I was asking.
It. Yeah, I mean, they're the most elite agency there is.
Oh, okay.
And so, if there was a time for you to feel like that you could protect
that recorder, we can.
Because I know you have yours. That's what I'm saying.
As a backup.
So, if you want the recording turned off, you need to tell us really explicitly that that's your choice, because the recordings have been put into law so that there's not a debate where he says you said one thing and you said I didn't, right? So it's to protect the person being interviewed.
Right.
But if it's something that you...
It's not that I'm trying to, I just don't, it's just I wanted to have like a conversation with him, just him, and try to explain to him in complete detail about everything, because I do want this, I want the help to the next level to find out where he is. I really do. You guys have looked, you've went to GPSs and all this, but you haven't found Gannon because you're coming after me. And I understand you're going to say, well, this is what we have to go on, and I respect that totally. But it was the first time I ever get to sit down with people to actually to say, okay, this is what happened, this is what I know, please help me. Because then I feel like if I don't, Because, see, I easily would be like, hey, just give me an attorney and call it a day. I really want. Do you think I want to waste time if I got resources when that's all I've asked for? I don't want to waste time.
And if there's a chance it can be saved, everybody wants that information. But the only people who can save them are the FBI. I don't want you to think that this is being broadcast to the whole world.
Right.
You know, there's another DA with me. There's an El Paso County person.
Right.
And they're the ones. What the reason that we do that also is, I might miss something, and I probably do, and so then I can go talk to them and say, what am I missing? And then also it protects you, because if I make a promise that I can't deliver on with the FBI, then Martha gets to hear it, and then she would knock on the door.
But as soon as I give you information, what's going to happen is someone's going to say, well, you were involved with this person. You were cheating with this person. You were doing this. I'm just giving you scenarios.
But that's a lot better situation than you're in right now.
But what if I wasn't? That's my thing, and that's where the burden of proof. I can't depend my life on the burden of proof to be involved with just someone thinking that I'm just a bad person. I did not hurt Gannon. Okay.
There aren't any promises I can make you about you. I can tell you that we're looking for the truth. And it seemed to me from listening to it that you had information, but I can't make you any promises.
But what I'm saying is, if you're saying to me, I have information, you're going to come and say, well, you should have given this information when I did nothing but attack. That's what I'm saying.
You
see what I'm saying?
You can't armchair quarterback yourself, though. Do you know what I'm saying? You can't look into the future and say, well, we're going to say this because you said this. If what Martha and I are saying are true, and that our only focus is Gannon, we don't care who leads us there, we just need Gannon, then you are protecting yourself by telling us this. If you never give us this information, then you don't protect yourself. And then we have one person to prosecute for Gannon.
Well, and our focus is who took him and who hurt him, not with when people came forward with information.
How do I know that? Because that's my biggest thing. I know you're saying that, but like whatever I can do to help, I can help you. But I'm saying, how do I know that if, let's just say it's whatever, I tell you a specific person, okay? Let's just say that, okay? Then my thing is, well, your thing is going to be like, well, you held this information from me, and I'm having to utilize my resources, okay, and do all those things, not understanding that maybe sometimes there are people who are afraid of any other things going on.
Every day in my work, there are people who report things later than some people think they should. Every day. And we try to focus on the violent crime, and we certainly try to focus on the kids. I know that you want assurances, and you want me to be able to say, you know, I will or won't do this, and I can't make you promises because I'm in the dark, right? It would be foolish for me to make you promises, but I have people who late report sex assault all the time. We have people who come forward years later. Our interest is in the truth about the crime. This is really y'all's conversation to have, and I know that you wanted to have a frank conversation with him where you could really tell him. So unless you need me, I'm going to step out.
Okay, but you're still going back in the room.
Would you like us to turn it off?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we'll turn it off.
How do I know that? And not that I don't want you to know anything. I want to be able to like really talk to him and just know that I can sincere see in your heart you're going to help me.
I can bring you back there and you can see us turn it off, but the truth is I could just turn it back on again.
I know.
I mean, there's a point where no one can verify everything you want.
Well, plus, that's her life. She has to tell the truth, just like I do you when you don't want her to listen to you. You kind of have to look at logic here.
Okay.
I don't think Martha would throw away.
I don't want you to know. I want you to have all the information. Yeah. That's it.
So are you okay with the recording continuing? We just won't be monitoring it.
No, I don't. He said that we
You wanted to turn off?
He said I could just talk to him.
Okay. So we're just going to turn off the recording, and that's your choice. That's
Okay.
what you want, right?
Yes.
And so he controls the turning it off from here? Or are they...
No, you'll have to ask,
Okay, I'll ask them
find
to.
someone.
And so it's just going to get turned off.
Okay.
And then once it's done, then I'll come back out and we'll turn it back on.
And it'll be a conversation between the two of you, and it'll be like the way law enforcement...
All right.
Anything else from me?
No.
I'm going to go get him, turn it off.
I know that they're not, so.
I'll go watch. Do you want me to
No,
do that?
it's fine. I just know that they're not. It's not that I don't want them to know anything. I just don't want it being like, I know that people are leaking information.
That's not going to happen.
From El
That doesn't
Paso.
do us any good. From El Paso,
Mm-hmm.
the sheriff's office.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's why I've had this hard time with, like, trusting anybody. I actually was trying to reach out for that Barbara lady. You know Barbara?
Amber?
No, it's Barbara.
Who's Barbara?
She was like another, like an FBI lady. I was actually going to talk to her today.
Yes.
Okay. So apparently this recording runs 24/7, so it can't be turned off.
Okay.
But the other FBI agents, also they have a protocol where there has to be another person for security. Those are the choices we have. But we can move you to another room that's not being recorded if that's something that you want.
Okay.
But another FBI
But you
agent
have
would be
to
in
have
there.
another agent in the room.
Okay, is it someone you know?
You know them all.
Yeah, unless they're from a different office, and even then I've met most of the ones from Myrtle Beach.
Okay. That'll work.
So they'll go set up a room someplace else. And then we'll do it. It'll be the two FBI agents and you, and the recordings will be turned off.
Okay.
Okay? Okay. Did she need to separate?
No, I'm fine.
It's pretty incredible.
It's not that I don't want them to have information. I want to be able to, like, really get your help, and you tell me that what steps can we take, or what steps can you take, I guess, because you said you have the ability to do resources or whatever.
We find people all over the world. I'm finding a guy right now who changed his identity and went to Russia.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, just so you know, if you look on that paper, I did look that up. Only because I was just wondering, like, if you could, because I wanted to know, like, if someone was whatever, how could you tell really quickly,
So
to find them out?
Before we do all this stuff, I've never seen, and not to say it hasn't happened, someone take a kid and not ask for ransom, and the kid be okay.
No, I did. I sent into the FBI those messages that you guys had on my phone. Yes. Did you get those?
I think you sent it to the FBI.
Whatever that email address is, I think it's at Barbara or something. I want to tell you what the name is. I think it's Barbara, I feel like.
Barbara from the FBI.
Yeah, she has a 720 number, and I feel like her name is Barbara. And my friend Amy has been talking to her a lot.
Are you sure she's from the FBI? Our numbers are all 303.
No, this is a 720 number.
She's not FBI. Her name's Barbara.
Wow, I can tell you the number. It's in the other phone, but yeah, it's Barbara something, and it's 720 is the first three digits.
Yeah. Well, she's not working this case, because I would know it. Because I'm the lead FBI agent working
right.
this.
Yeah, I know.
How did you get in touch with Barbara?
My friend Amy, she called my friend Amy and was, like, asking questions, because I guess originally people wanted to know if, like, Gannon had came, like, with me or something. And my friend Amy gave me the information, which was I think it was a 720 number. And anything I found, like the Snapchat, I sent over to this lady, like to whatever this number was, I sent to it.
It never made it to us.
So there's no one named Barbara.
No, we have a Barbara. There's Barbara Kelleher, but she's not. She doesn't even work these sort of crimes.
Yeah, no, this is totally Barbara, and it's a 720 number, and if I had the other phone, I can tell you exactly what the number was.
When did you send this to her?
This would have been, like, okay, so then this happened 3 days ago, and then it happened February 5th, I think. So what happened was, I got all the messages when I logged back in for my iCloud. I got all the messages that were, like, just sitting there. And so I took that message and I forwarded it to, like, I sent it to people, and I sent it to Albert, and I said, hey, I said, can you get someone to, like, look into this? I said, it could be just people, you know, sending random messages, or it could be creepers, you know, like people, whatever, being stupid, or it could be just, in general, you know, the actual person. And so, no one ever said anything to me about it. Then I get the Snapchat. Okay, so that's your...
Let me interrupt you for a second.
Mm-hmm.
Letecia, there's an 11-year-old kid. Again, we have to go back there. 11-year-old kid, injuries in the house. Now we know that. Taken. And you don't come to law enforcement for 30 days?
This was a law enforcement person.
No, there's no Barbara. I mean, how did you get him from, except through your friend? You had Amber from the FBI.
Right, but she said that she worked with the FBI and she was going to send information. She said that she worked with Amber. I swear to you, if you call Amy, you can get the number from her to find out what Barbara, who the Barbara lady was. And she was actually emailing her today.
But if you told them back then, and you trusted them with that information,
this is why
why are you not today?
Because no one has helped. I tried since February 5th. The 5th. Today's March. That's why you see I had such a problem with trust. Because
I was there when you were talking to Amber, though. That was your chance.
And to Amber.
Yeah, that's the legit FBI.
So then, is that what happened when I was talking to Amber? I got a message back from the attorney who said not to talk to you guys because you guys, A, weren't the lead agency or something like that, and then B, not to say anything else unless he was present. That was when I was trying to talk to Amber.
But why wasn't that with Barbara then?
Because I gave it to my friend Amy, who had this relationship with Barbara, like trying to check on her.
See, and again, this sounds like a lot of your calls.
Mm-hmm.
To where you're pointing fingers in different directions but never giving specific things.
Right, I gave
Right now, I mean, if Gannon is somewhere and you can get us there, and he sent proof of life or a picture of Gannon or whatever else, it makes no sense for some man to have an 11-year-old child.
It wasn't that. It was because we thought it was someone playing games. And if someone was playing games, we were trying to say that person would have been, like obstructing or whatever. That was the whole point. Not somebody had him and they were like, here, come get. My point was that we thought it was someone, hey, here's someone playing games. Could you find out who this person is?
Yeah, but do you see where that's going? And all your talks with Al. Those are distractions. Those take up time.
Yeah.
And Gannon's over here. Somewhere.
Yeah.
And you were misleading law enforcement.
No, I didn't mislead them.
No, well, you're misleading anybody who would report to us.
No, I didn't mislead any of them. Who did I mislead?
With all these other stories.
That was to Albert. It wasn't misleading law enforcement.
But you knew we were in the room. You
yeah,
just
because
said that.
I wouldn't have said stuff like that if I was trying to mislead. I was just being whatever to Albert because he was making me upset. That's all.
The dad of a kid is not finding his son.
Because I'm also the stepmother who helped him get the kids, and he wouldn't have gotten them without me. So, yes, he wouldn't have.
You're willing to do that to Al, though?
No, I already had apologized to him and said that was awful to say that to him out of anger. I had already done that.
But before we kick this thing in motion about all this protection and whatever, why haven't you said one thing, though? Today, how in the world would he suffer a head wound on Saturday that required...
I didn't say it was a head wound that required anything. I said the head thing you're talking about when I said something to Albert. I said the head thing you're talking about. That's what I said.
So the bike accident thing?
You already tried... A bike accident?
No, the head thing talking to Albert.
Never mind. I'll just wait until you are ready to talk to me from beginning to the end. Because I already said that is completely irrelevant to anything that what you're talking about. Completely irrelevant. I told Albert something else that was just stories, just to be whatever to him. And it was wrong, and I already had apologized to Albert.
So the things that you told Albert were that he was peeling these burns. Was that happening? I'm
not going to answer any more questions because you're asking me about things telling Albert out of being upset. There was nothing happening that I was telling Albert. Nothing. I was literally just saying that to Albert because I was upset for him not standing by me and was figuring this out. This had nothing to do with me wanting to purposefully do whatever or tell you guys anything. That was not what it was.
But,
it was me being upset with Albert.
Let me go back to a kid missing is about as bad as it gets.
Oh, yeah.
I had a bank robbery 15 years ago to where a female went in the bank, she robbed the bank, she got the money, she came back to the car, and she drove away.
Mm-hmm.
She was prosecuted for that. There were guys in the car with guns.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but she could have gone into the bank, said, lock those doors, those guys are making me do this.
Right.
You know, yours is now, we have 30-some days of Gannon missing, and you haven't talked to one law enforcement officer to say, I know where he is and he's safe.
I never did not try to talk to you guys. I never did not. No one ever, when I felt like I was getting like a completely like bam, 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 bam bombarded by the El Paso, no one ever reached out to me from FBI to like have a conversation like you did. No one ever did.
And you don't feel comfortable talking to El Paso, why?
It's not that I don't feel comfortable talking to them. I just feel like from point A to point B, they have taken this approach. And like you made even a comment about something about Palmer Lake and all this, about this.
Right.
Because that's the approach that they've taken, as if it's just a person who is not alive. And that bothers me because I don't want
we're actually the ones,
approach.
we're the ones that told them that. And that's statistically true.
What? You statistically told them what?
From Gannon's age,
mm-hmm.
and from the amount of time that he's been missing, he is most likely dead.
But what I'm saying is, as a parent, is that maybe because you're like used to saying that or something, but is that something like as a parent you would want to hear?
No. But would you rather hear a lie? Would you rather hear statistically he's probably alive? When it's about I would say it's less than a 1% chance at this point.
But why?
Him being 11, they would have asked for something.
But why?
Kidnappings don't happen without a demand or
mm-hmm.
without it being a parental deal.
Parental deal or a demand.
Yeah.
So you're saying that nothing else, nobody intervenes ever? Ever?
I've seen one other time, and again, I've worked violent crime in Denver for 20 years,
mm-hmm.
a little over. And I saw one kid wander down the street. He had autism.
Mm-hmm.
And this was up in Brighton. And a guy took him in the house. He had him for a day. The guy was mentally disabled as well. So we had two things happening at once. We had a kid
mm-hmm.
with autism who just started wandering. And then we had a developmentally delayed adult who was just playing video games with him for 24 hours.
Mm-hmm.
But we ended up, the public said, there.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember knocking on the door. He had made little blankets for the kid in there. The kid was playing video games, and nothing bad had happened.
Right.
That's the exception. I've been to where kids have been dismembered, 10-year-olds.
That's awful.
And from the blood in the house, that's what I'm thinking happened. I'm not
Dismembered?
saying he just got dismembered in the house, but
mm-mm.
there's enough blood in there
mm-mm.
that we don't think he survived.
Mm-mm. How could you have, possibly say that when you clearly see Gannon leaving on Monday? That's
No, leaving on Monday at 10, yes.
Right.
Correct.
Right. Walking, okay?
But he comes back.
Walking.
Correct.
Okay? Walking.
Not walking well.
Totally fine. Stomach hurts, awkward like this, yes. Okay.
Yeah, but he's back at 2.
Back at 2.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. If that's what you say, then this whole thing is even pointless to even say anything, because if you're saying back at 2, but then you're also saying something about going legs and here and there and whatever, and it's none of it is even making sense. It doesn't even make sense.
So between the two Petco trips is when he disappeared then?
It doesn't make sense to me
Letecia.
to say...
So let me tell you. I've been working for 14 years with
mm-hmm.
a guy named Scott Kimball. He's our informant that went around killing the girls. Do you remember me telling you about him before?
Oh, yeah.
When we first started.
Yeah.
Not our best day, because I have dads out there who still wonder if their daughters are alive.
Mm-hmm.
Scott taught me one thing very well. There's only two people that can tell a story when someone either goes missing. Because one of these girls, Jennifer, she's still missing. Like I said, we're pretty sure she's dead, because it's been 14 years since anybody's seen her. But Scott told me, John, only two people can testify to what happened between me and Jennifer. And that's me, and that's Jennifer. Right. And you're never going to find her.
He said that to you?
He did.
Wow.
So I've got to answer to his dad for the rest of my life. And I'll probably be answering to his dad after I retire, because Dad has my cell phone. Dad calls me on her birthday, on the day she went missing, on Father's Day.
How was he able to say that to you?
Because he's like, there's no other witnesses. So when I take a guess, and that's a guess that he came back home, that's because people that looked on the video said he probably did, or, I don't have the information you have. And I hear you do that to Al by saying, oh, so that's what you think. Well, none of us know. You know.
Because I have to be that way. If I don't be that way, then no one's going to help me. I don't. I didn't hurt Gannon.
Okay,
I didn't.
That's fine, but right now you're the only one who was with him.
But I didn't hurt Gannon.
But how are you going to get past these charges without help? How does that work?
Without help?
Without you telling me. Like, again, it'd be like someone, I told you the story about Jennifer. If somebody knew where Jennifer was, and they're not telling me or Bob Markham, the dad.
I didn't say I knew where Gannon was.
You said you know he's okay.
No, I said as a parent, I'm never going to sit here and look at you and say, he's not okay. That's not what I'm going to do, because I didn't do this. So why would I look at you and say that? Like, I'm dead looking at you in the eye saying, I would never as a parent say that. No way could I ever say that. Because I love Gannon. I did not hurt Gannon. Okay.
I told you where most of these happen. They happen in the house with parents who love their kids.
I get what you're saying, okay? I understand. I appreciate what you're saying. I appreciate all the work and time and dedication you put into all of these things to have those statistics. But I am not the one.
But then if you're not the one, you're going, so do you know what happens from here?
What?
You go to a local holding cell.
Okay.
They hold you for 24 hours up to 2 weeks until you get extradited back to Colorado.
Okay.
You're in jail, Letecia. And unless you tell me that somebody else did this, you're the only one that did it.
No, I didn't do it.
But I'm telling you.
But I didn't.
But that's what would be horrible, is if someone else did this, and you're going to let them skate because you're scared?
Not letting someone skate.
What could you possibly be scared of at this point?
I'm not letting... Do you think I would sit here and let someone skate if I could take you directly to the person right now? Why do you think I would need resources?
You don't need resources. Right now, what you need is that if someone took my son, and I know who it is, am I going to go to jail for the rest of my life because someone else took my son?
No, absolutely not.
No, and would I be afraid of my own protection going to jail when I could be free and that person could go to jail?
But she just sat there. Even if I walked you to the person, she just sat there and said, oh, I can't make any promises.
You can't make promises, but which is better? To go to jail for the rest of your life and hope that we find the person, or to point us to a person? If I'm in your position, it makes no sense.
Right.
What could you be scared of at this point? Reprisals?
No. The fact that you don't have... Apparently you would have found some of this already if you would have had the resources. That's what scares me.
Found some of what?
Anything that would have led you to think whatever.
No, that doesn't make sense. Again.
Sir, it does. Or what did you say name? James? John?
John. Starts with a J. Yes. That's fine. Sorry. I'm not offended. Letecia, your story makes no sense. And what it goes back to now is that you can't take responsibility for what happened to Gannon.
I didn't do anything to Gannon, sir.
You can't insert someone else in here unless you're going to tell me who it is.
Okay, I didn't do anything to Gannon, sir.
That's fine. But then you would tell me who it is if it's someone else.
I didn't do anything to Gannon, sir.
Did he do it to himself?
Okay. I didn't do anything to Gannon,
I'm not asking you if you did. I'm asking did Gannon do it to himself?
Do what to himself?
The head injury, the neck injury, whatever that was that caused that pool of blood down by the bottom of its bed. You know that the sheets and all that stuff, the blood seeped down in.
And what now?
The blood seeped down
In
through that
sheets?
corner.
Sheets?
Through the sheets into the mattress.
I have no idea what you're even talking about.
You cleaned it up off the wall.
So wait.
There's. Do you know where the head of his bed was?
I don't know anything about blood and sheets. Okay, I did not take any sheets and clean up.
You told Al on the phone you cleaned up the wall.
The one is ready whenever you.
Okay. Okay, Letecia, for your request, you're just going to leave that recorder in there, and we're going to a room that doesn't record. Are you sure you don't need to go to the restroom?
I'm good.
I'm doing this in case I gotta make some notes. Do you need anything to eat? Okay. Take your water with you just in case, please.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Okay. I think it's right there.
Right or left?
Straight?
Yes. Okay. Does she want some water or anything?
Do you want something to eat?
Where's the bathroom?
Bathroom's over here.
Okay.
And I'll let him know you're free.
Can we go back to the bathroom for a second? Could you ask that lady to come in? Can I go back to the bathroom for a second? Wait.
You all right?
It's a little cold.
So for this, I spoke with the district attorneys and stuff, for this protection thing with Angel, we have to know last name, all that stuff, how you met her. I mean, I know you say that app and whatever, but how else do we identify Angel?
I mean, I probably could just reach out, like, using Snapchat and stuff like that.
Can you describe her?
Yeah.
What does she look like?
So she actually kind of looks a lot like me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, almost like, except she's definitely Hispanic.
So where all have you met her?
She came to our house. I was shopping.
When did she come to your house? Were you saying September?
I can't give you the exact date. It was somewhere around September. Show whatever that she babysat for us.
And then who all did she babysit?
For everyone?
Uh-huh.
Both kids.
Okay.
We had a bunch of we had people who would be like a babysitter in the neighborhood, and like friends came over, and we had another friend that came over for like Thanksgiving, so that helped babysit. So we had quite a few people that would help here and there, and then there was the main babysitter, and she was.
So these messages that are coming through to your phone, the, threats or whatever they are they coming from her?
So if we can get on a VPN network or something like that, I could probably reach out to Snapchat. So, the last Snapchat name that I have of her is
What is
things
her
like that.
Snapchat name?
I would need to have my phone.
But do you remember? Did it have her name in it? Was it a numbers?
Exactly. That's why I asked for help, but he's not willing to help, so. He's not willing to help.
So, to take you back what we talked about, that
I don't, sir. If I'm not going to get any help, then I'll just have to get help. Otherwise, I trusted you to talk to you.
Well, we went in there.
I know.
And I don't know, Letecia, if it's just the way you're used to communicating over a long period of time, but when you're asked a question, you don't really answer. You kind of go in a little circle. So if I said, like, well, I said, like, where did you last see Gannon? And then you said, well, it's supposed to drop off, you know.
Yeah.
So we're just used to asking you a question, and then you tell us an answer. And it's just, you know.
I just don't. I've always, like, said, talk and whatever, just because that's how I talk.
So, that's just how you've always done for, like, the last, 5-10 years?
I mean, most of the time. I mean, it's nothing, like, personal anymore. I knew nobody was going to help me, so it's pointless. Like, you know...
It's going to look bad.
No, I'm not. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about it's going to look like I was doing these bad things with people, and I just...
No, it's not even going to look like that.
Yeah.
Here's what it's going to look like, is that you were the last one with Gannon. Nothing on this angel thing we can't authenticate any of that. When you say it's all off camera, like with the black Impala in the parking lot, we have cameras for that whole place, and we don't see you meet with anybody.
Well, can you, like, show me that so that I can show you what direction?
But you would know where it is. Where did you meet?
I said what direction, because I'm not from Colorado, so can I show you, like, on camera, that video that you're talking about, what direction? Like, where it would be at, so maybe you could pull, like, if you wanted to pull a camera off at another place? I mean, because there's lots of places you could have pulled a camera off of. That's all I'm asking for. I mean,
well,
that's offering help.
Yeah, it's help, but Gannon goes into this car. I mean, this is a person that you trust.
I do.
Right?
That's the thing. What am I supposed to do?
So then why would you go home and say that he's here, that he's now gone away, that you're leading...
I never said he was here, now gone away.
Well, that he was at the house.
Okay.
Yeah, but do you see where I'm going with that? Why would you make up that story to law enforcement?
What story?
That he was going to a friend's house.
Because if her nephew was a friend. I mean, I don't understand how that's a problem.
Angel's nephew was a friend. Oh, that's right, that they had played together. But did she live in your area?
Yes.
Where did she live?
I don't know. I knew again, I'm, like, constantly, like, stuff will come through, and it will be people sending stuff, saying stuff.
But the people, are they different people from Angel? I mean, are they acting on her behalf? Because that doesn't sound like a friend to me.
Obviously, if they're not helping with your child, they're not friends. But how do you think that makes someone look? You know, trusting people. You see, doesn't that make someone look like they're irresponsible? Not trusting people, trusting someone. Okay.
Do you know who tells the story from here on out? Your story?
I asked for help.
But do you know who tells the story? How this works out from here?
Could have taken you to do a lot of things. You could watch me on my phone do a lot of things.
If there is an Angel, well, just like we found Quincy Brown right away, we can find Angel. But if there's not an Angel, that's the last story you're going to tell law enforcement about Gannon.
Sir.
Well, but I mean, we'll get your warrants for that threes thing, whatever else. We'll go interview this Angel, and if it's like what I think Quincy Brown is,
Okay.
then Angel's just
You're
going
not trying to help me, sir.
I will help you.
Okay, well, I tried. I tried to get your help. When I gave you the rawest information, I tried to get your help, but you wouldn't help me.
But I think I can help you. How is that?
I hope when we find him. That's how. Leaving.
But
did just like they did.
I'm happy to chase down anything you tell me
You
to.
did just like they did.
Letecia, and I can, is that I think that Al left you alone because he's gone to Alaska for so long, and then he's on this trip, and you're left raising Gannon, and something bad happens. I don't know if it's your fault or Gannon's, it doesn't really matter. And you panic, and you ask, was I the person talking for Al? Yes, I was. But I think the closest you came was talking about his head injury, and then, because you asked Al,
Heard, I would have called,
no, if someone took your son, you would have called.
I did call.
You did not call the police.
Yes, I did. I called the police.
At Petco, right when he was taken.
No, that's not taken. He was supposed to be playing. As soon as he wasn't home, I did.
But you were supposed to meet her, the next morning?
No, I called immediately when at 6 o'clock at the time he was supposed to be home. I called the police. I did.
And then what did you tell him?
You already know what I told them.
Yeah, but that doesn't make any sense.
Why doesn't? Yes.
Because I told you, I have talked to a lot of people that are sitting in the same chair you are right now, and I've seen them, and I'm sorry if it offends you if I say story, but that's the only way you're coping with this right now.
Coping?
Yes.
Yeah.
We all cope.
Okay. Sir,
We
I didn't
do.
hurt Gannon, okay?
I'm not saying you did. I'm just saying that you're unwilling to come to the truth
Okay.
because it's going to be painful.
I gave you the truth. I didn't hurt Gannon. That's the truth.
So the last truth you want to tell me,
I'm
just
not
to
going
make
to say
sure,
anything else, sir.
is the angel story.
I'm not going to say anything else, sir, because you didn't help me.
I will help you if you will tell me one concrete way to find Gannon. So,
Okay.
Letecia.
You're not trying to help me, sir.
Yes, I am.
No, you're not. I'm not trying to help you, sir.
You can be a hero here.
I'm,
You can.
I'm far from a hero.
But you can
Because
be
I'm
one.
a parent.
You're a parent
who did
who
not
was...
hurt a child.
You're a parent who was left behind to deal with a stepson.
No, it wasn't. He wasn't a problem.
No, it's a problem when something like this happens in the house.
It was not a problem to take care of our children.
Then what happened?
That's not a problem. That's not a problem at all. Like, for you to say that to someone, it's hurtful. That's what's hurtful. It's not a problem to take care of children.
It's not a problem to take care of children, but bad things happen in the house all the time.
And how? No. God,
Yes.
no, sir. I mean, John, no. No.
Do you want me to walk through where all the blood was, or do you know it already?
Listen, sir, I don't...
Gannon,
I know for a fact that I did not hurt Gannon.
how is the bottom of your shoe have
And
Gannon's
as
blood
long
in it?
as I can live with that and know that God knows I did not hurt Gannon, then I'm okay with that.
Well, you can convince yourself of that all day.
Okay,
But
sir, that's not helping me, sir.
is there a way for me to help you? Even if
Okay.
you're trying to convince yourself it didn't happen,
Okay.
is there some way for you to say through a third party?
Okay, sure. Whatever you say, sir. I mean, I don't know what else to tell you, but I did not hurt Gannon. Did not.
Then you won't tell me who did.
Would not.
All that blood would not be in the house if Angel just
I
met
would-
him at a Petco.
It's not, you're, like, that's far beyond what you're even talking about.
What is far beyond?
There's, like, many of times we've had blood in our house.
Do you remember the spray that was on the wall?
I mean, goodness gracious.
I've seen the markers from the spray. The spray went from the bed all the way up here. Well, you had to clean it up.
Smear?
No, it's not a smear.
All right, whatever, sir.
It's a spray.
All right, sir, I don't know what you're talking about. Spray. I don't know what that means.
It's called spatter.
I don't know anything about that.
So
Okay.
it comes from aspirated. You're going to hear all this anyway, so I'll tell you.
Okay, sir, that's
It comes
fine.
from aspirated blood.
Okay.
Do you know what that means?
No.
It means that he didn't accidentally do it.
Okay. Okay. Whatever.
So that's what we were waiting on for the warrants, because somebody struck Gannon in the bed.
No. If
No?
someone struck Gannon in the bed,
That's
then
what happened.
God, we were all drugged then. If that's what you're saying happened.
That's what the blood
God,
shows.
we were all drugged.
Well, then can you tell me how that blood got on the wall?
Sir.
That's Gannon's blood on the wall.
Okay, well, I guess, sir, if you think you have all the answers, then
You're making me guess.
I'm not.
You've got the answers,
I'm not making you
Letecia.
guess, sir. I'm going to be respectful to you because
Letecia.
you offered to help me. You didn't help me, so I'm just going to sit here then.
But it doesn't work like it does on TV. Have you ever watched Criminal Minds or Profilers?
I don't watch any of that stuff because I don't do bad things to people.
No. Good people watch those shows.
But I don't do any of that. I don't do bad things to people.
All I was going to say is it's not like on TV. If someone presents us with evidence, then we just follow the evidence.
Okay.
Right now, you're the last person with Gannon.
Then I don't do bad things to people. I don't.
I don't think you do bad things to people.
I don't do bad things to anyone, and I didn't do anything bad to Gannon.
I think something bad happened to Gannon, and I don't know of a way to get you to tell me about it.
Okay.
I tried through Al to get you to tell me about it. We've tried here.
Okay.
You came, and I think you have a defense mechanism. And I think your defense mechanism was, you need to go into another room, you tell us
No,
what
that
happened
was
with
not
Angel.
no defense mechanism. I trusted you to talk to you because I thought you would
If you
help.
trusted me to talk to me, you would tell me where Gannon is right now.
I don't know where Gannon is.
You do. You know where he last was, and it wasn't at the Petco.
Okay, then. Whatever
But see, you
say,
can't
sir.
make me guess. That's not
I'm
fair to me.
Why would I keep
not fair to
talking
Gannon.
if you're not going to help me?
You tell me how to help you.
I already did. I already did tell you. I told you how you could help, and you...
Nobody holds a kid like that.
Okay, if that's what you think.
No, I'm just saying,
Okay.
if the
Sir.
sun comes up in the morning, it goes down at night every day. We have
Sir.
worked hundreds of these
If
things.
that's what you think, okay. Me talking to you is not going to do anything else because all you're going to do is go think that you're going to get me to say something that I did that I didn't do.
That is not what I want.
Because I did not do anything to Gannon. Why would I hurt our child? I had everything in the world. Why? I have no motive. None. Don't have the first motive. Everything I wanted in my life, I had it. Why? Doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make sense a lot of the time what happens inside of a house.
Well, sir, I don't even know what you're talking about. All I can tell you is I did not hurt Gannon. I have no reason to. In fact, to go on the record, I had a way better relationship with Gannon than I did with Lena. Way better. Because we were so much alike. We always like the same things. We always have problems with our stomach. We always do all these things.
Do you know that there's almost a correlation sometimes between how much you get along with someone and how bad things happen in the house? I'm telling you that, Keisha.
I don't. Well, maybe bad things happen in your house.
They happen in the house a lot more than they do out in public.
Maybe bad things happen in your house. But
would it help if we showed you pictures of what we saw on the wall and by the bed?
Sir.
When you say nothing bad happened, you can't get around. Yes, Al, but we did not show Al that on purpose. He had to come get stuff out of the house. And he looked and saw the blood pool was about this big on the concrete.
Okay. And
that is not from a little gash like that.
Okay, and then what? And then you showed this to him, or how did he see this?
He had to come get stuff out of the house. I wasn't even there that day.
After you allowed people to stay in this house for a week.
I did not allow anybody to do anything.
Someone did.
Okay, well, that's not my call.
Okay. So
what I'm saying, though, is the wounds that you're describing to him, even when you're saying it doesn't...
Sir, I'm going to tell you now.
When you say the head thing was Saturday...
What I'm going to tell you now is people were inside of a home living, and it was not me. So maybe you can talk to whoever allowed people to live in the home okay, for whatever you're saying that was done extra or whatever, maybe you can talk to those people who were allowed to stay in a home during this supposedly, okay? That's what I think. Maybe you can talk to people who were...
You're saying that the injury to Gannon happened...
I'm not saying anything except I know you're telling me this stuff, and you're saying this about, oh, how bad these were and these things were. All I can tell you is, maybe you can talk to the people that were allowed to stay in the home during this time. During this time that you have this supposed evidence, people that were allowed to stay in the home and people that were allowed to walk in and out to see it, supposedly. Okay?
So Gannon was in... All these wounds happened after he went...
I'm not saying anything other than, sir, you are telling me, you just sit here on record and telling me that Albert went inside somewhere that you were supposed to have as a supposed crime scene.
I wasn't there for that. If you want, I can get an answer for you about who was with him.
That's not what I'm asking you. I'm saying for you. You as a professional, you would have allowed that, supposedly?
If he has to go get stuff,
okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sure that's
as long as the scene had been processed.
Okay, processed, sure. Okay. I'm
Why
sure
would
that's
we
how
not do that?
I'm sure that's how it works in this country. Doesn't it sound a little bit weird to you?
If the scene has been processed,
okay.
No. I had a girl that was burned alive in a house in Bailey.
Okay. The scene was processed supposedly when people were still there, day 1, day 2, day 3, and the scene was processed. Day 4, day 5, day 6, and the scene was processed.
You're saying that people were going in and out of the house, civilians, while they were processing the scene.
I'm asking you that because apparently you said the scene was processed, and then you want me to talk to you when I know that how shady that whole situation is. And you want me to give you answers for how shady that is. So you need to tell me, in the scene that was processed, day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, there was nobody going in and out. There was people living there.
Right.
Okay?
When they thought Gannon was still alive.
Okay. Living there. Okay? But you're saying the scene was processed because not you, but people surely were there. It's all on camera that there was crime scene people there while people were living there.
Of course, because they didn't know the severity of the scene. They
Okay.
just thought Gannon ran away, like you said, to go see a neighbor.
So the point is, how am I supposed to put my trust and faith in any bit of the system like that when that was going on? How?
So you're trying to put faith in a system
No,
where you gave
I'm talking
them
to
misleading
you. I'm
information.
talking to you. I'm saying
If you would have told police the very first night that he was taken forcibly, everything would have been different.
That's not forcibly. Okay? I said exactly what I said, which was he didn't come back at 6 o'clock.
If you would have said other people have him and they should not have him, it would have been different. You controlled the way that law enforcement responded.
I did. So now it's my fault that they
Yes, by
had
you saying he's walking over
in
to
there,
play with a friend.
Had people in there doing a supposed crime scene, and now you have all this stuff after you let people live there. And now you want to look at me and say something. Sir, I did not hurt Gannon. Okay?
Okay, well, who did?
Did not.
Who did?
Did not. Just like all of the other things.
Why are you telling me you did not? I don't care if you did or not.
I'm just telling you. Yes, you do care.
No, I don't.
You're your father. You would care.
I care about Gannon. I don't care if you did it or not.
Sir, I didn't, okay?
But you're saying you did it, but that doesn't help us find you.
Okay, well, I didn't do it. I didn't do anything. I would not have no motive, no reason
I'm not asking you about
to
motive
hurt
or reason.
our child. No reason.
Who did?
No reason. No reason.
Why would you give us stories that
I'm
go
not,
in other
okay,
directions?
I'm not, sir. You're not going to help me. You proved you were not going to help me.
If you give us a story with
Okay.
no leads.
Okay, well, you proved you were not going to help me, so you did, sir.
What do you want me to do, Letecia, before we leave? You tell me what to do and I will do it. And then when I'm wrong, you say, oh, so is that it? So he came back home at 2 because he's not on camera?
I'm not testing at all.
You do. And you win every time because you're the only one who knows.
I'm not trying to win. I don't want to win. This is not about winning, sir.
You're the only one who knows.
This is not about winning.
But you do win.
Why? No, I'm not. I'm not winning. I have no motive to hurt our child.
I'm not saying you do.
None. None at all.
But you're the last person with him. If you give me another name, I will chase that person. You've tried You
Okay,
tried Eduardo in the house. You tried Quincy Brown up in the mountains. Now you've tried Angel.
I never said anything about no mountains.
Yes, you did. You were supposed to ride a bike up
okay.
there in the mountains with Quincy Brown. But
I never told you that.
You said you knew I was
Okay.
in the room.
I didn't say I knew you. I don't even know who you were.
FBI.
I never know who you were. I didn't never say FBI either. That's not what I said.
Law enforcement.
No, I said I know someone is listening.
That's not got to be us.
Okay. No, it could have been anybody.
That's fine. I don't need to argue that with you.
Exactly. There's no point of arguing that. You're not going to help me, so.
I think you could control this story by.
Always control it, sir.
You are concerned about what other people think.
I've been completely respectful to you, and I have talked to you. I've been respectful to you, been kind to you. I did all these things to you because that's who I am. So I was raised. Wasn't raised to be bad to people.
I don't think you're a bad person, but I think bad things happen all the time. I've seen it.
Why bad things have to happen?
Because an 11-year-old boy is not home, and he's not hanging out with somebody.
Okay, sir, okay. I'm glad that you think something so bad happens all the time. I'm sorry that you have to have this shield up of nothing but no compassion and all that. I'm sorry for that. I really am. But I have no reason, none, to hurt anyone in my family. None.
Can you tell me why there's blood on the bottom of your shoes?
Out of what
blood?
shoes?
The shoes they recovered in the garage.
In the garage?
Or in the top of the washer or something.
Did you think I didn't walk around in shoes?
With Gannon's blood on the bottom?
What has that got to do with anything?
It's...
I've already told you. We were outside unloading stuff. What has that got to do with anything? We were outside unloading my car. I mean, come on. That doesn't mean somebody's this bad person and done something wrong. That doesn't mean that, sir. At all. Nothing like that. To hurt Gannon, innocent, loving, help me out more than any person in the household. More than Albert. More than anyone. Help me.
I'm not saying Gannon's a bad kid.
No. Help me. Do you know how much you'd be helping me? With everything? Pulling everybody else's slack? Who did it? Gannon.
Yeah, and I think that's why this is so hard.
No, it's not. You're right. It's hard. You're right. It's hard because I didn't hurt Gannon. That's why it's hard. So to not have him helping me, that is hard too. Very hard. Knowing that right now, sitting at home, Gannon knowing the situation, you know what Gannon would do? He would wait on me anything I would ask him just to make sure I was okay. Anything.
I wouldn't doubt that.
Oh, he would. Before even Albert would even do it, he would. If he was sitting here right now and needed anything from me to ask him to do anything, he would do it. So there's no intention, motive, reasoning, nothing for Gannon. Nothing to hurt him in any kind of way. None. Nada.
Well, you did say on the phone calls there was no premeditation involved. You said
I was saying to Albert, like he was, if you're talking about when Albert was asking me that, I was simply saying, because you were trying to get him, or whoever was trying to get him to walk me down some pathway of whatever it may be, whatever that may be. Come on, sir. I didn't wake up and be like, oh, my life changed today. That's not how it works in life. Bad people, whether you say do this or do that or do that or do this, they just do bad things to people.
It's not necessarily true.
Okay, well...
I told you good people do bad things. I've seen it.
Are you a good person?
Yes.
And you do bad things?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah.
But if you had any key to telling us where Gannon is, you would tell it to us if you were a good person. Would you not? And so
doesn't matter what I say.
But that's been, you look at the totality of all of what you've told social media, all of what you told Al.
First of all,
it's all about
social
you.
media had nothing to even do with me half the time. Only the person I ever talked to was the crime online lady. That's the people that I talked to. Social media was like a crap show.
Yeah, but you've got on under other names.
No, I've had people sitting beside me, people who were near me, people that were are my friends and family trying to defend me. Okay? But I have completely been trying not to have another miscarriage. Trying not to. So, no. Yeah, people wanted to help me. But it's not about social media, people telling stuff. Yeah, if someone say something on social media, yeah, I went and looked up. People started saying stuff about this or that. Yeah, I went and looked it up because I wanted to know what they were talking about or the questions that they were saying or information or all these things. Yes.
Your argument isn't going to work, Letecia.
Argument about what?
Your argument that somebody took him. You're not going to be able to tell that story.
Okay.
If you help us today find out where Gannon is, if you can, because I have 100% confidence that you can tell me exactly where you last left Gannon.
Okay. Now you're accusing me.
I'm just telling you what the research shows, what our investigation shows.
I'm
then
glad
listen.
that you have research then. So.
It will look much better for you.
I didn't do anything. So what do you want me to look better at? I didn't do anything.
Are you going to tell me right now that the last place you saw Gannon was really him getting into an Impala?
Sir, I'm not going to say anything because you're not trying to help me.
Finding Gannon would help you.
Oh, yeah, I know. Don't you think that?
Then tell me where
Don't you think that? Don't you?
I know it.
Really don't think that?
So tell me where he is and let me help you.
I don't know where he is.
Where did you last see him?
I'm not, sir. I'm not. You proved that you were not going to help me. Okay, you did. You proved you were not going to help me.
If you tell me where you last saw him, I can help you. I promise you that, Letecia.
I don't get it. Then her Gannon. I mean, I don't know how to, write that out, say it in 10 different languages.
So what do you want me to say? You didn't hurt Gannon? Did you kill Gannon?
No. No.
Did you put Gannon somewhere?
No.
You didn't put him in a dumpster.
Oh, my God. Dumpster? Why are you even saying these bad, horrible things?
Because we've been tracking your car. We've been tracking, even when your phone is off, it can be tracked.
Good, sir. I'm glad.
And so we've been going through dumpsters all through. Is Gannon in a dumpster?
Sir, you can go through
just please.
Whatever you
want to go through. That would save us.
Sir.
That would save us
hundreds
of days. Just tell me if he's in a dumpster.
I didn't do anything to Gannon. Okay.
That's fine. But will you tell me if he's in a dumpster?
If I didn't do anything to him, how am I answering that question for you?
Whether it's Angel or whoever else.
How am I answering this question for you? Really? You sent to a parent and asked them that?
Because we want to find him. I would not ask you that question if it wouldn't help us find him.
To Gannon. Nothing. Okay. Didn't hurt, harm, kill, nothing to Gannon. Did not. Would not.
Where's the last place you saw him?
Sir, you've already asked me all these questions.
I know, but that's an easy question. The last place you saw Gannon, which can really help us find him.
Sir,
why would you not say that? If you had nothing to do...
Because I've already tried to help you.
No, but if you had nothing to do, if you did not hurt, harm, anything, why would you not tell me the last place you saw him?
Okay.
Because it's a memory you don't want to look at.
Memory?
Yes.
Really?
I would think it's a memory.
Okay.
Gannon's been missing now for how many days? You know when you last saw him, but you won't tell the one agency that can find him.
You already said... You already basically lost my whole ability.
That's not a true story. That's worse than Quincy Brown.
All right. Okay.
What about the pregnant lady with the money in her stomach?
Okay.
Letecia, tell me the last place you saw him, and we can find Gannon, and you can. That will help you so much in this case.
Help me.
Yes, it will.
Okay.
What do you think is going to help you now? If I walk out of here and we haven't got a lead on how to find Gannon,
okay. Well,
all you've got is the story of the stuff on the wall. You've got the blood. You've got blood all over the house. You've got blood on the bottom of your shoes.
Okay.
And you've got about 7 lies.
Okay.
If you help us find Gannon, that will help you tremendously. And yet you won't tell me. Why?
Because you're not going to help me.
Yes, I will. I've just told you that.
You're not going to help me, sir.
Where's the last place you saw him?
I'm not going to help you.
Yes, I will. You tell me the last place
Why
you
do
saw
I have
him?
to keep repeating the same thing?
Because it doesn't make any sense.
Sir, if you're basing it on what you think makes sense, then that's what you're judging it on. So if that's what you think, then you can judge it on that. If you're wanting to base it on something that you said you've seen and found in some house, okay, and you allowed, or I say you, let me correct that before you get upset, people to live there, okay, then that's what you guys can go on, okay? I did not hurt, endanger, kill, do anything wrong to Gannon. I did not. And until you can take that approach...
Well, we're dealing with semantics here.
Okay, until you can take that approach and say, maybe I need to have a little bit of compassion here, like, really, a lot. Not just for other people, but for someone who has no reason whatsoever to hurt you, no motive, has everything she wanted in life. Why? Wouldn't it make more sense to just, if it was such a bad thing, to be honest with you, wouldn't it make more sense to me just to, get in my car and, go live somewhere else? That makes more sense, right?
It would make a lot more sense. A lot more sense. I could tell you about 8 or 10 stories that would make a lot more sense. And yet that's why we're sitting here today.
Well,
people that have a lot to lose do bad things all the time.
Well, guess what? I didn't do anything bad.
But then why wouldn't you tell me what the last time you saw Gannon? If you didn't, Letecia, it makes no sense. And it doesn't have to make sense to me. It has to make sense to a jury that you're going to be sitting in front of in about a year or 2.
Okay.
Do you really want to go there without helping yourself? Do you want to go there and have us stand up and say, oh, it's Angel, it's Quincy Brown, it's all these people that don't exist?
Well, at this point, someone that I can trust will be the person that can help me. That's what it's going to be.
But are you going to tell them Angel? Because if you do, it's just going to be,
okay.
it better be a new story.
Okay, sir, that's fine. Whatever you say, because you already have what you want is your answer. You already have, because you told me.
Yeah.
Okay.
And if this happened to Harley, you would be insanely.
Why has it got to be about Harley?
Because she's your daughter. If someone else had Harley...
So basically you're trying to say that it didn't matter that Gannon was also my
I'm saying someone that you know right now who's been with you for the last 40 days or however long it's been, if she just disappeared and someone knew where she was, what would you do? And they wouldn't tell you where Harley was. And they say, no, I just can't tell you. Because I'm scared.
I just told you I don't know where he is. But that's the thing that won't be, that is the problem, is I don't know.
If this were the real story, Letecia, you would have told us this a long time ago.
Okay, now it's not the real story.
It's not.
Okay, sir.
How is this a real story that you give him to someone who you trust as a babysitter and then you're too scared so you tell the cops a different story? I liked, out of all your stories, I like Quincy Brown better.
Yeah, sure.
I did. This is a hard thing to do. But if you point us and you help us find Gannon, you can.
No, I don't. I don't have a way to help you. I don't.
How is that possible? Letecia, I'm not... You think I'm judging you, and I'm not. You are our only fact teller right now. And I can't chase down what you're telling me.
Okay. Okay, sir.
Let me go ask the DA if there's anything else, because I'm not asking you the right way, the right questions, and if I'm treating you badly, I'm sorry. That's not my intent.
I didn't say you were treating me badly at all.
My intent is to find a way for us to communicate so you will feel comfortable enough to tell me what happened.
Okay.
His injuries, something. Well, you've told so many different stories about his injuries.
All I'm going to keep telling you is I did not hurt Gannon.
I'm not saying you did. Like, even if is the bed story true?
I'm not why even say anything? Because everything I say, you're going to tell me that, oh, blah, 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 because you want it, just like everyone else, want it to be me. So that way,
I don't care if
that
it's you
way,
or not.
y'all can just go ahead and be the hero and all these things.
I do not get paid one extra dime if it's you. I don't get paid anything else to find Gannon.
Sir,
it's just our
thought. It's not me.
That's fine. Then tell me how to get there.
I'm not the one. Okay? I am not the one. Not the one.
Do you know why I asked you ahead of time if you're having anxiety or depression or stuff like that?
It don't matter what you ask me about anxiety or depression or, any of those things, because, to be honest with you, that's it. That's all.
So you said Gannon's been seeing counselors. Have you been seeing counselors or no?
Right, about teaching, one time. Maybe she did it too because she was going to give the emotional support animal.
But that's it.
Yeah, it was the 2 times on base, and we talked about not wanting to be in teaching anymore and all that route. Stress on the job, that was what we talked about.
You had searched a little bit on the suicide stuff.
What suicide stuff?
Was that you, or was that just random keystrokes?
Suicide? I don't even like...
Have you ever thought about suicide? Or not?
Who?
You.
I'm not thinking about suicide.
I'm just asking. Quotes a suicidal person might say. That's what I was looking at.
Yeah, because I have someone in my family before that had said that to me, and I've looked up information.
But that's not you. Okay.
Wow.
How do you think that...
People have things in their family go on too, that you maybe want to look up and be like, oh, this is going on in their life. I wonder how they're dealing with this.
You need something to eat?
No. Can I make a phone call?
Let me go ask. Need restroom or anything?
Mm-mm.
Did you want to call Letecia?
I just wanted to call to see that Harley got home.
She did.
Okay.
Yeah, they talked with Harley, they've talked with Dee Dee, they've talked with Laura. There were search warrants at Laura's house, Dee Dee's house, your van. I think that's it. So yeah, they got Harley back home. Okay.
Right. Is Harley with Dee Dee?
Yeah, because I told them that I met you out of the car and you said you'd like Dee Dee to be the guardian in between time or whatever.
Okay. Well, why are you searching their house? I mean...
Because you'd stayed there.
I mean, I'm saying, like, they're not in trouble, are they?
No. Neither Laura nor Dee Dee are in trouble. Am I asking you stuff the wrong way, Letecia?
No, not.
I do want to help, and whether you did this or not, it doesn't matter to me. The reason they asked me is to come help find what happened to Gannon. And if I can't get past, if I can't prove a story, whether you tell it to me, Al tells it to me, whether it's El Paso Sheriff's Office, again, I don't take anything as true until I can prove it. With all the evidence that they have, the reason why it took so long is the district attorney wanted to wait and wait and wait till they made sure they could win in the courtroom.
Okay.
And I've done no-body homicides before. They have more on this case than we do on most of them.
Okay, sir.
I don't want you to be the way you can help yourself out of this thing is to give us something, even though it's very
You just said you have what you need, so why do you need to keep asking me?
Because you were the last one with him and you know.
But if you have what you need, why do you keep asking me?
Because our goal is to find Gannon.
Okay.
Our goal is not to prosecute you. That is the district attorney's job. We're investigators. And like you've just seen, I do a poor job about half the time because I have to guess. Because as much as we tried to track you with your cars and your phones and whatever else, there are gaps. We do have, like I told you, the blood in the house. We do have the blood on... do you know about the board that was thrown in the forest? Letecia?
Oh. What? I'm sorry, sir, what?
That's okay. The board that has Gannon's blood on it that was thrown in the forest.
Okay, so alright, so what?
It's got your DNA on it.
Okay.
But then how do you explain stuff like that and then turn around and say, but then turn around and say, I don't know.
Sir, I lived in the house with Gannon. I was Gannon's main caretaker. I wouldn't be surprised if everything I done didn't involve Gannon. Like, oh, okay, well, you brushed his hair. Oh, okay, you helped him brush his teeth, whatever.
But that board was from the house, and then it's up by Highway 105.
Board from the house. I've already explained to you about any kind of stuff that would have been from the foot. I've already told you that, and I don't know what you...
But Gannon didn't go throw it up there.
Okay, so now someone threw it up there. So now someone threw it up there.
Or dropped, or whatever. How did that board get up there?
Sir, now you're going on about this board.
Letecia,
and Albert already called about this board, because you were there, right?
Yes.
And the sock, and all this stuff, right?
The sock had nothing to do with it.
Okay. But yeah, he said a sock.
But he did say a sock.
Right.
But the board is true.
Sir.
The board was right where your Tiguan was.
Sir. Tiguan?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, because we tracked it.
Look, you could have gotten all that from me easily. You just log into the app. It's not a difficult thing. Like.
Right. But if you track from where your Tiguan went and you look at where that board was.
Tiguan, now, okay, so this is why it's so, like, backwards. So now my Tiguan, but I was driving a truck, and then now my Tiguan, and now, and then you tried on the rental car, but then...
No, you had 3 different cars.
There's proof on the rental car that I didn't even get to drive it. So,
Right, there's low mileage on it. But we don't know where you went, because you had your phone off.
My phone off? I had my watch on.
Yeah, but you had your phone
But
off.
the watch
is up in the forest somewhere, isn't it?
No,
No, the watch ain't in no forest. You guys have my watch. It's at El Paso Detention Center.
That's the watch there. I thought you had an iWatch.
That's where the watch was at.
Okay. No, I haven't heard anything about
From
that.
Find My Watch says it's clearly sitting in El Paso County.
Okay. But your phone was off those couple of days.
What couple of days?
The 27th it was off when you were between the Petcos.
But I had my watch on.
Right. But what I'm saying...
The watch tells you where you go. I mean, it's mirrored.
Yeah. But I'm telling you, we have holes in our investigation, and you can help us with that.
Sir? I didn't even drive my car anywhere, really, other than just going to meet friends.
You drove the Tiguan up there.
Yeah, other than to meet friends, yes.
So who were you meeting up there? What friends? That can be a lead we can help find Gannon with.
You guys already know all my friends, so maybe
we don't know those up there.
That should be the ones that you really know.
We don't know the ones up there, I guarantee you.
And like the guy said, tire pressure and all this, then you would have saw where if I stopped anywhere or done whatever. Come on now, sir.
Why can't you tell me, though?
Sir,
instead of
you want me to give you,
me...
like, I've already had to tell you everything personal about her life. You have everything personal.
I don't have what friends you saw up there on 105 where that board is.
What? Look, I'm not going to admit to any kind of board.
I'm not saying you need to. I'm just saying tell me who your friends are up there and we can go talk to them.
And my Tiguan wasn't even driven that way until...
Okay, so maybe it was
later.
How much later?
I don't even know. Before they took it.
Okay, so was the truck up there?
Truck up where?
Up that 105 area.
I was going to Castle Rock. I've already said this. I was going to Castle, already said this.
But is that where the board was? It was in the back of the truck.
Sir, I don't know where the board was at because I don't know. I really don't know. You're asking me a question that I really don't know the answer to.
But we have a board up there where you were driving with Gannon's blood on it with your DNA on it.
Okay, so my DNA, which would be what?
Skin cells.
Okay, my skin cells, which I lived in a home, if that's what you're telling me.
Yeah.
And I've already told you that there was all this wood in the garage.
Yeah, but you never told me that you took a piece out of the truck and flung it up there.
What?
Or put it or flung it. And again, Letecia, I think you get mad when I say a verb or something, whether you placed it, flung it, dropped it, hit it, I don't know. But all I know is that our FBI evidence response team recovered it.
Okay. Did you check everybody else in the house?
As far as for their DNA?
No, not the DNA, to see if they put it there. Because you remember, these are the people that were in the house when I wasn't there. Did you check all them?
The people in the house.
Yeah, did you check the people in the house?
You mean the crime scene people?
No, I mean the people that I'm sorry, rephrase that, because you don't like that was allowed to stay there when all this stuff you're talking about would have been there. Okay?
Correct.
Did you check all these people?
As far as their DNA?
No. Did you check to see if any of them did this?
Drove and threw that wood up there?
Did you check them?
Their GPS, their phone.
No. Did you check them? Because that is doesn't matter. So you mean to tell me you checked Veronica's GPS and her phone?
I did not. Okay. No. Veronica was not the last person with Gannon.
But you're talking about a piece of wood, sir. Mm-hmm. Okay. So whatever first it was wood stocks, now it's wood. I don't know.
I didn't say stocks.
Okay, you had Albert say it.
I didn't have him say it.
Okay, the point is, did you check Veronica's? Did you check Brandon's? Did you check any of them to see if they went anywhere? Because I clearly have stated since day one.
But why would we need to check that if your car is up there?
But I've clearly stated, because then maybe they did it.
Maybe they went the same place you did? Did you tell them to go up there?
Listen, everybody knew where I went because I told everybody from day one.
You told everybody?
Yes, I sure did. This lady right here, Miss Bethel, she asked me, and I strictly told her what exit I went off of. Sure did. Maybe I might have didn't have like I gave the name. Maybe I wasn't exactly right with the exit because I don't really know Colorado that well. But I gave it.
Do you know why I told you about that? I normally don't do this. Tell everybody all the evidence against them. Why do you think?
I don't know. Who knows?
Because I think if you're to weigh this on, there's enough probable cause. A judge in Colorado Springs in El Paso has signed a probable cause warrant for first-degree murder.
Okay.
And all this evidence, and I'm telling you about the ones that I know about, and that's before you do, all the phone stuff, et cetera, and then versus you taking a chance that you're going to get off.
I'm not taking a chance for nothing because I didn't do anything, sir. Okay, sir.
If you say you didn't do anything, do you know what an innocent person would do? I have had plenty of innocent people sitting in your chair. Do you know what an innocent person would do? They would be freaking out.
I know.
You are not freaking out.
Yeah, right. You think I haven't freaked out
I heard
for,
you freak out on the
days?
phone one time.
You think I haven't freaked out for days? You can't judge the way I freak something out one way and another way.
I have had the wrong person in a room like this before,
Okay.
and trust me, if they had any idea who did it, they would tell me.
Okay, well,
that makes no sense. And no jury will buy. No jury's going to buy that you sit here with an answer that somebody else took Gannon, that all this head wound and all this stuff happened in there. Do you think I don't know what I'm talking about?
Sir, I never question anything.
Well, you must, because you're taking a huge chance, Letecia.
Sir, I'm not taking any chance.
How are you not taking
because
a chance?
I know the man upstairs knows I did not do anything to Gannon.
Well, he's not going to be on the jury.
Okay. All right, we're not going to go there with that. We're not going to go there.
We're going to sensible people who we're going to present evidence in front of.
Let me tell you what. There's a higher power. And
there
that
is.
Higher power will make sure.
I believe in the higher power as well.
I'm glad you do, sir. That really makes me feel a lot better. It really does. I'm serious. So then you know.
But Letecia, this comes down to common sense.
I do have
and these prosecutors, I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about who you're going to be sitting in front of.
Okay.
And if you're going to take a chance that they're not going to listen to all this evidence, all this blood, all these stories that you told about Gannon, and that you have the key to finding him and you don't do it, there's nobody else to prosecute.
Okay.
Why won't you go there?
I'm not, why am I, what else am I going to say?
The easiest thing to tell me is the last time you saw Gannon.
I've already talked to you. I've already told you I did not hurt Gannon. Okay?
But then what do I need to go through again the other things that might have happened to Gannon?
Sir, you don't need to go
Where
through
did you
anything.
gently place Gannon?
What?
I don't know how to phrase it.
What are you talking about?
I don't know, because I don't know where he is.
Okay.
If you want me to use a different verb or whatever, I'm struggling. Letecia, this is not about you.
I didn't.
You're the one caught up in it, though. You're the one with all the evidence stacked against you.
Okay, well.
Help yourself right now.
Help myself.
Why would you not?
Help myself do what?
Just tell me what happened.
What happened to who? I don't know.
The way you described...
Do I have to stand up for a moment?
Absolutely. The wounds that you described to him don't even come close to the blood in the
then
house.
If that's what you think, then
no,
sir.
It's not.
Okay.
This is what people that do this for a living tell me.
Okay.
Again, I wasn't there, but a little gash on his head doesn't explain at all that stuff that's in there.
Okay.
But do you want to go with that? Because when you walk out of here, the last thing on record you're going to have is what you told me, and I would love to be your storyteller.
Okay.
I would love to tell the true story. It will help you. You believe in that higher power you said?
I do. That's why.
What about the truth? Do you study the truth?
You want to know why I'm not sitting here like going crazy, freaking out, putting on an emotional show like I've seen people involved in this situation put on fake cries and all that? Because I know, God knows, that I did not do anything to Gannon.
Okay.
I mean,
but what about the truth? You studied the same Bible, the same God. It tells a lot about truth in there, and you have not told many truths in this whole thing.
Oh, so know that. Guess what? But let me tell you what happened this morning when I woke up. When I woke up this morning, I watched a story about Ron Miller. So he started this church, and he ended up like getting talked down to, bullied online, treated like crap, accused of things he didn't do, and that's where he went to the accusations part. And so he went down this whole trail talking about how accusations and how this did to him and what he had to go through and all that.
Okay.
But in the end, he kept his faith in Jesus Christ. Because you know about the story of Paul, you know about Saul in the Bible. Okay, I can walk you through a lot in the Bible. And if you know what I'm talking about. So he turned those accusations into just keeping steadfast and staying strong, and to believing God's going to do this and keeping whatever. Because, you know, in the Bible they persecuted a lot of Christians, right? A lot of them for things they didn't do right.
Correct.
But, you know, there's a lot of stories where God made sure they were okay. So when I woke up this morning, I literally decided, God, you can take this, and you can either A, bring Gannon home, bring him to the front step, drop him off, so that I can please never have to worry about this again.
Right.
Or you can let me just stay focused on believing in you, as in him, and just the truth will come out. And it's okay, because I don't want to sit here and accuse all these people of whatever. I'm not going to turn those same accusations against them for saying this and saying that, not believing this, not believing that. I'm just going to just sit there and say, I know I did not hurt Gannon.
But that, I get you, and thank you for that story.
So,
I agree with everything you said. No, I'd love to tell stories. Stories, you take it like it's a bad thing. So, I believe that the whole book you're talking about, the story about God in the Bible, involves sacrifice.
Mm-hmm.
Was it not?
I did sacrifice.
Greater love, what? Has what? No
Mm-hmm.
man. Then to what?
Lay down his life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so we have
Didn't
a
think
life.
I know it, did you?
No, I figured you did. I wouldn't. This is not to embarrass you, because I know you are a God follower.
Mm-hmm. And I went to Liberty University, so I just spent a lot of my time studying Christian.
And that's why I don't get that if Gannon is alive, you would not sacrifice yourself for him right now. If you've studied that your entire life, I believe that. If my kid were alive, I promise you, right now I would go step in front of a truck and let it hit me, if that would bring him back home, and so my wife could live with him, and so my sister, or his sister, could live with him. Since you've studied that your whole life, if Gannon were alive, you would sacrifice yourself for him.
You're right. If I could get you to him, I definitely would.
You could. And all this BS about you saying it's here, it's there, giving us names.
Okay.
You would not do that, Letecia.
Sure.
Letecia, you are not that type of person. If he were still around, you would not do that.
Why would you even say that? Like, this is what drives me crazy.
Because if Gannon's alive...
Really, you were about to say it. You were really about to say it. I can't even believe that.
Say
wow. Ah.
I said if Gannon was alive, you would do everything, including sacrificing yourself, to get us to him. That says he's not alive.
Oh. Wow.
How do you argue with that? You have an 11-year-old boy out there that's supposedly with bad people. You are a good person. You've grown up. You've gone to all these faith classes, churches. If he were around, you would sacrifice yourself for him.
If I knew how to get to him, I would sacrifice myself to him.
You can get us to him. And you know that. That's why I brought Martha.
You're already so defeated. Like, you're already, like, for you to have such a biblical background, you're so defeated in your mindset already to think something is harmful or hurt to Gannon.
It is.
And that...
Yeah, but see, why do you care what I think?
Because if you're the person in charge, you just said you were the main man, basically, is what you said, over your...
I have a lane that I'm running in.
Right, okay. That is the type of person that, as a family, they would want that person, no matter what, never, ever giving up hope, never saying to anyone anything bad like that. That's just,
So let's go a different way. If you did something bad to Gannon.
I did
Now,
not.
I'm saying we go if. If you did something bad to Gannon, could you ever admit it?
What? I didn't do anything bad again.
No,
I'm not gonna go.
This is not a trick.
But I'm not gonna go answer that question because I did not do anything bad to
The
you.
reason why I ask you that is the people that I've worked with are actually put in prison for life. I've told them, and I've told people, the families of these victims, I said, if you put Harold in a room and you take everybody else out, we have absolute evidence that he pushed his wife off a cliff and that he dropped a car on his other wife, and he was convicted. I said, even if you clear everybody out and you just have Harold in a mirror, Harold was a God follower, Christian like you are. I said he could never admit that he did that to either wife.
Well, I'm sorry that what's his name? Harold. Harold is that type of person because a God follower, and I'm not judging him. I'm saying, in order for you have to repent your sins to God, okay? And you have to put yourself there. And in order to repent your sins to God, it means also you have to lay them all down on the cross. And like, my sins are laid down, and it is not involving hurting, harming, or killing anyone. Okay? So I'm sorry that Harold, or whatever his name is, has like a different approach.
Well, I think you have probably a more serious problem than Harold, though.
Mm-hmm.
You know where an 11-year-old is, and I am here telling you we could go find him, and you are not giving us his location, alive or dead. So what Harold did was push a 50-year-old woman off the cliff. It was an awful thing, and the parents hated losing Tony. But Tony had lived a full life, as full as you can till 50. It was still tragic. Gannon's 11. Gannon,
that doesn't matter age. Yeah, you're
11.
right. It's tragic, right?
Yes.
You just said
and
that.
if you had
tragic.
the answer, you would give it to us.
I don't know where he is.
But you won't answer my questions about the last time you saw him.
Listen, sir, anything I say to you, you're not going to listen to me. You're going to take, and you're going to say to this.
No, I'm not going to twist things, Letecia.
This, and do that. And to be honest with you, I can give you speculation.
Okay,
like
give me
with
speculation.
Everyone else.
Please.
I can give you
I'll
speculation.
take speculation.
Speculation is Gannon is alive. Speculation is Gannon is with someone who is not willing to hurt him until they get something they want.
Why wouldn't they make a demand then? Why would they hold an 11-year-old kid? That's more sadistic than anything I've heard.
I didn't say I was answering speculation. I said that is what I do. I don't know why people do things, okay? But I can only tell you what I did or didn't do. And I did not hurt, whatever all these words you came up with, hurt, kill, dispose. I didn't do any of that to Gannon. Let me make sure I say his whole name. Gannon Jacob Stauch. So that way you don't think I'm getting confused with another person named Gannon. I did not. You can tell me all you want. Hey, you're not going to do this. You're not going to do this, sir. I have nothing but respect for you. So I asked for help. And see, that's the problem.
Do you want me to tell you back what you told me for help?
No, I don't.
can read it back to you.
I don't want you to tell me anything.
I took notes.
What I want is for you guys to believe and have faith that...
Why would we do that with the amount of blood in his bedroom?
That is not... Sir.
Yes, it does.
No.
The blood tells
Sir,
a humongous
can I tell you
story.
something, sir?
Yes.
I had a really, really bad miscarriage one time, and there was so much blood. So much.
On the wall.
So much blood.
On the wall.
See, you want me to tell you something, but then you're saying, can I explain this to you?
No, I get that.
Okay, there was so much blood that you would have thought I wasn't even alive by the time I got to the hospital. So the amount of whatever you're talking about, I'm not, as a parent, going to sit there and say something like that. I'm just not. I'm just not going to do that. Because I'm not going to believe...
If you had nothing to do with harming Gannon, why would you clean up the blood that's on the wall?
So you're saying you never had anything happen in your house and you cleaned it up? Never. Like, you've never had, like...
Why would you cut out the carpet?
Nosebleeds. The carpet?
Uh-huh.
Because I was going to get more carpet. It doesn't... The carpet has nothing to do with cutting it out. It's getting the smell. It stunk. I couldn't breathe. None of us could breathe.
Did you say that Lena helped you clean up some of the blood on the wall?
Lena always helps us clean up everything. Lena helped us clean up the light switch. Lena helped us clean up when Gannon had a nosebleed. Okay?
But for this occasion, she helped with that.
Now you're going to walk me back through what we've already talked about? So you're now going to go be like, oh, an 8-year-old this and an 8-year-old that? Come on, sir. There was all the time. Gannon was bleeding all the time. He'd have a nosebleed randomly at the drop of a dime. He'd bite his fingers, bleed, all the time.
Would it help if I gave you a picture of the wall of what all showed up on it?
Sir, that's not going to get me to say anything to you because I didn't do anything.
Well, what I'm trying to appeal to, though, is, again, you weighing your options right now before we're gone.
Sir?
Because you're taking a big risk, Letecia.
Sir, I believe in a higher power. And that higher power is going to show the entire world. And when it does, I would never have to work a day in my life again. And that's going to happen. Guaranteed. Because I did not hurt, I did not dispose, kill, whatever you want to call these things that you're going to name out as verbs.
Then what did you do?
Didn't do anything to Gannon.
Then why would you act like this?
I'm acting like this because I've had to spend nothing but every day. You think I haven't every single day cried? You think I haven't every single day been trying to work on figuring out different things, work situations, what could I do? You think I haven't had all these raw emotions and feelings? A person can have them so much, so it doesn't matter if they continue to have them, because then they just be like, what's the point? I have them all the time with my family.
I'm not talking about you.
Friends.
I'm talking about why would you act like this when there's a boy out there?
I want Gannon home.
Then tell me how to do it.
I want to help you. I don't know. I don't.
But see, that's where easy questions should be easy to answer.
I just said I don't know. That's an easy answer.
The easy answer is, tell me the very last time you laid eyes on him. Where was he? Was he laying down? Was he standing up? Was he sitting? Was he walking to a car? Where was... Give me your very last image of Gannon. That's an easy question. You have to remember your last image of Gannon. Letecia, what was he doing? Why would you not answer that?
Because I've given you answers.
No, you haven't told me exactly what you saw when you saw him for the very last time. Did you see the back of his head? Did you see his face? What was his expression? Did he say goodbye to you? Tell me of your last... You know, I wish I could see in your head right now. Your very last image is there, but you won't tell me. Why won't you tell me?
Because it's nothing bad to
well,
tell you.
Well, then tell me. If it's nothing bad, you would tell me. What's your last image of Gannon?
Sir, I don't
Please?
have any bad images of Gannon.
I didn't say it was bad.
I don't have any.
What's the very last picture of seeing Gannon alive, or not alive, that you have in your brain?
He is alive. I'm not going to say that.
Then tell me the last time you saw him. What did you see? Letecia, all that stuff you said earlier.
Okay.
Being a good person, you didn't hurt him, you didn't do all this. I'm repeating it back to you. Why could you not tell me then? If all that is true, you know the last time you saw him. What would that hurt to tell me? Do you need time to think?
No, I don't.
Well, then tell me.
I don't need any time, sir.
What is wrong with that question?
There's nothing wrong with the question. I've already made it clear that I wasn't going to answer more questions.
You've never answered this one.
Because you have already predetermined what you want in your brain, along with everyone else.
Why do you care about what's in my brain?
So, you just asked me about mine.
Yeah, because your brain's the only one that counts here. It doesn't matter what's in my brain. The very last time you saw Gannon, where was he? What was he doing?
Did y'all put a reward out?
There's no need to put a reward out.
Okay.
Can you please answer that?
See, you automatically have a predetermined thing in your brain.
If you give me something else, I'll go
Yeah,
there.
no, that... Wow.
Why do you care about my brain, Letecia? Yours is the one that matters.
Sir.
What's the last thing you
I'm
saw?
going to tell you one more time. I did not hurt.
I didn't ask
harm,
that.
do
I did not
anything
ask
wrong
that. I don't
to
care. What is the last image you have of him?
checked all these places I've been.
Why don't you answer that question?
Why don't you
I'm just
answer me?
curious.
Have you checked all these places I've been, and where was Gannon? Was he there? Doesn't that have to sink in your brain
What's
for a
the
little
last
bit
image you have of
to
him?
say?
You're going to live with
Gannon's
it for the
alive.
rest of your life, Letecia. Why don't you tell me today?
I'm not living with anything horrible in my brain. I'm not.
Okay, well then it should be an easy question.
I've given you the answer.
Of the last time you saw him. No, you haven't. Because I'm afraid it's not the image that you want to be left with.
What? Sir, that's not going to convince me to say something that I didn't do.
Okay, then maybe it is the image. Then tell me. Why else would you not tell me?
Because you keep going with the same question, and if you've already
And you won't answer it.
But you predetermined yourself.
No.
When I thought you were going to help, that was different. But you predetermined yourself.
You didn't tell me what the last thing you saw was, even with your answer there. And that's fine. If you want to tell me the thing with Angel, I don't care.
I'm not going to say anything other than saying, it will shock everyone. But I will promise you I won't have to worry about nothing the rest of my life because I didn't do it. And this is going to come out.
What's going to come out? That you didn't tell the FBI who took Gannon, if that's your deal? How is that going to shock everybody?
Okay. Okay, sir. Okay.
I didn't think you were guilty until you don't answer the last time you saw him.
Sir, you came in this morning.
No, I did not.
And you automatically thought that. You automatically thought that already.
I was willing to listen if you were going to give me evidence to the contrary. But I have talked to many people who have seen someone disappear. It never goes away, that last image of him.
Well...
It never goes away, and you've got it in your mind, and you won't tell me.
Right.
There's only one reason you won't tell me.
You're right. People do have... When people do bad things, their images stay in their brain. You're right.
Bad or good. A lot of these dads didn't know when the last time they were going to see their daughter.
I mean...
And they still remember it like it was yesterday, 14 years later.
Oh, yeah.
You remember the last time you saw Gannon.
Yeah.
So tell me what you saw.
Nothing negative.
So tell me what you saw.
I saw nothing negative. I saw nothing with Gannon.
You're not telling. You're telling me
harmed.
nothing. You're saying nothing.
Okay.
Just tell me what you did see. The positive.
Gannon was fine. Gannon.
Where was he?
Sweet.
Was he standing?
No, you said tell me what I see. I'm just going to tell you.
Okay. I'm sorry to interrupt.
How Gannon was.
Okay.
Okay. Gannon was fine. Gannon, nothing was wrong with him. Gannon was happy. Gannon is my favorite stepchild. My favorite. I know everybody says they have favorites and things like that, or say they're not really necessarily favored or whatever, but he was.
Do you remember how we talked
definitely
earlier?
is.
Remember how we talked earlier about when I ask you a question and you go around?
I'm not answering that question for
You're saying
you.
You're giving me qualities of Gannon. You're not saying what you saw. You're saying he's a favorite stepson.
Sir.
What did you see?
Sir.
Was he standing or sitting?
I didn't do anything to Gannon.
I didn't say you did. I said your last memory.
Okay, well, I didn't do anything to Gannon, so...
Do you have it in your mind right now?
Nope.
Seeing him for the last time.
Oh, well, it's not going to be the last time that I see him.
The last time you saw him. Do you have that?
Be the last time
do you have that picture in your mind?
Sure.
Yes or no?
I know you're really good at what you do. I appreciate that. I know that. But I didn't do this. This is
why don't you tell me the answer to that question?
Because why would I keep answering questions for you?
But that is not a hard question to answer. I'm not saying did you kill him. I'm not saying did you put him in a forest. I'm not saying did you put him in a dumpster. This is just your last image. You've got to have it.
My image is our happy life. That's what it will always be.
That's not what you see in your brain.
Okay. Well, see, now you know my brain?
Yes, I know.
Oh, my God.
You have an image of the last time you saw Gannon.
Okay.
If you didn't hurt him, why won't you tell me?
I already told you I didn't hurt him.
I know, but if you didn't, why would that image be a problem for you?
It's not a problem. I don't have a problem with anything.
Then tell me. I'm not accusing you of anything, Letecia. Just tell me the last time you saw him. This is an easy question compared to all the other ones we've done. Please.
Are you going to find Gannon?
Yes.
Well, I would rather spend our time doing that because I don't have him. I didn't do anything with him, to him, or hurt him.
Okay.
And I appreciate all your work.
You can help us more than anybody on this planet. You can help me right now find Gannon. Let's start with the one question I asked you.
I don't trust anymore for you because...
Well, just tell me why you don't want to answer that.
Because I've already... It doesn't matter. I can tell you I last saw Gannon when I went to the store this morning, and it could be legit true, and you would still be like, he was not at the store. I mean...
I will be able to tell if you say what he's wearing, or not even what he's wearing, how he was walking, you will remember this. And just you not answering it means you remember it.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Okay, well, I'm glad that you now are a psychologist.
No, it's behavior analysis.
Okay, good. I'm glad you have behavior analysis. Okay? I'm glad. I appreciate you having behavior analysis. I mean, what else do you want me to say or do? I mean, what else?
So you don't want to answer that one?
I don't want to tell you anything else because...
Why? If it helps find Gannon, why would you not tell me?
Because you already predetermined...
I didn't say you hurt him or anything. I think you know where he is, though.
You already predetermined this. You have.
The scene does tell a story,
okay,
yes.
So if that's your story, then I'm not going to keep saying anything because I know that is not the case. So if I keep saying anything to you, you're just going to keep blah, 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 blah about it, and I've been nothing but respectful to you. So I'm trying to remain respectful to you overall because I don't have any disrespect for you, and I don't treat people like that. But putting me in a situation where I'm like saying to you, I cannot say anything else because you've expressed you predetermined what you think. You've already done that. So no matter what I say, I legit could take you right to Gannon, and he would be standing there, and you would still say to me, oh, that's not him. Or you would say something else. Just
do you know how good that would be for you?
Oh, trust me. Yes.
Then why do you care what I think?
Do you know how good that would be for me? Absolutely.
Why do you care what I think? You should not care at all what I think. You said I wouldn't think. If you could take us to Gannon right now, that would mean the world for you.
Trust me. If I knew, you think I wouldn't have already done that? You think at whatever time it was I first saw you, I wouldn't have been like, okay, look, even if I was just had him somewhere just because whatever reason that these theories are out there, I know I Googled a bunch of them to see what people had said. Even if, let's just say if, okay, he was sitting somewhere, and let's just say, okay, he had to get better because he was sick and had the flu. And I could take you to him, and oh, he's better now. You think I wouldn't? You think it wouldn't be a lot easier to be like, okay, yeah, he was this, and I had him waiting there. I'm sorry for you utilizing your resources and all those things, right?
Mm-hmm.
I would say that to you.
Correct.
Right. If I knew where he was, that's exactly what I would do. And I would say...
If you knew he was alive, you would do
I know he's alive.
How do you know he's alive?
Because I know he's alive.
How?
Because I know he's alive.
We're the one agency that can help you find him right now, and you won't tell us. That makes no sense.
Gannon he could be, what if he didn't want to be found?
An 11-year-old.
I mean, you never know.
No, I know.
Yeah. I mean, what if he didn't want to be found?
Yeah, so he bled
What
all
if he
over
wanted
his
to go
house.
somewhere? What if he wanted to go live with his mom, and maybe he wanted to go do whatever so he can come back and do this to go live with his mom? What if that was the case?
That could happen. And he could inflict these awful injuries to himself in his bedroom. Yeah. And then he could tell you to do false reporting. And then you're going to have to be, just like you're scared of these guys, you'd be scared of Gannon. And you would do the false reporting because Gannon told you to.
No, it has nothing to do with being, I was giving you a scenario, that's all. I wasn't saying anything about false reporting. I was giving you a scenario. I was saying,
If Gannon didn't want to be found, I guess.
I'm saying, or Gannon could have been like, what if he would have said, if I would have told you that he said to me, hey, I want to go live with my mom, can you help me get there? And along the way, helping him get there, let's just say, oh, the bus, something happened when he got on the bus or something. You would still sit there and say to me, well, you know, it's your fault, because da-da-da-da-da.
And then you could care less what I thought or what I said because I don't have any meaning to you. Letecia, after today, you're not going to see me again until we're in the courtroom a year or 2 years from now, whatever that is.
I understand that, sir.
I'm insignificant in your life, so you don't need to care at all what I think. The way you could help yourself today, and I'm not saying this to benefit me in any way, is to tell us how to find Gannon. That changes everything for you. Alive or dead, if you tell us...
not dead. Please stop saying that.
I said alive or dead. You can help us find him. You're the only one that can. I think it's too hard for you.
It's not hard, sir.
It's impossible.
No.
Yes, it is.
It's not.
Because I've worked with people like you
okay,
before,
well,
Letecia.
I'm glad you're classifying me as people like me.
What do you think people like you are? They call in and say, your father-in-law got killed by a car, or whatever.
I see what I think they are.
You got away with spinning stories and dodging questions your whole life.
So now you know me my whole life.
I can look back a little bit. I don't know you when you were 5 or 13 or 16. But I think something bad happened, and you've been able to avoid trouble. But that doesn't happen in this case.
Okay, sir.
These stories that you told are much worse for you than if you had just said, the best thing you could have said is, Gannon just went, and that's it. I'm not saying anything else.
Mm-hmm.
But you describing all these injuries to him, even to us today, is awful.
Injuries? There's not injuries like that.
Yes, you talked about his
No, it's
head.
not even injuries. Kids they're just all the time.
Yeah,
you raise children and they never got hurt? Like they never...
Not all on the last day they're seen alive.
No, that's not even how it was. You're making it out to be like some whatever. That's not even how it was.
Tell me how it was then.
Gannon and I are very close. Okay?
But see, that's what you don't do. You say generalizations when I ask you, how was it?
How was what? I don't even know what you're asking me.
The injury that caused that pool in the corner. It's not a little scratch on his head.
Okay, why don't you test it and see what day it came from? If that's what you're telling me, why don't you test it and see what day?
So it didn't happen on Monday.
No, I'm
it
asking
happened on
you.
Saturday.
I'm asking you. You are the one who are telling me, no matter what I say, you're telling me it's your way or no way. So why don't you tell me
Well,
what
I'm
day
saying
that
it's
was?
a significant enough injury that he was not going to be normal after that.
No, what?
Yep.
Oh, God.
That's what they told me.
Okay, well, that is awful that people aren't normal after anything like that.
It's a significant
Because I had
injury.
puddles of blood. I remember that I had puddles of blood.
We're not talking about you. We're talking about
I know.
11-year-olds.
I said I did, and there was no significant injury that I died.
Do you not find that coincidental?
What, sir?
The
What?
blood on the wall and by his bed.
The
and
blood.
on the mattress.
The blood that you or your team allowed people to be in the house.
That has no
Okay.
bearing on this.
Okay, well, if it doesn't, then okay.
It doesn't.
Okay, sir. Okay. Maybe check one of them.
Are you ready to tell me that the last time you saw Gannon?
Maybe check one of them. Because...
I bet you they can tell me the last time they saw Gannon, even though it was months before.
That's not your answer.
I bet Al can tell you the last time he saw Gannon, even though he didn't know that was going to be the last time. I guarantee you he's got an image of Gannon. You were the last one with him, Letecia.
Okay.
What do I need to say to help you? I'm serious.
You do not want to help me.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't. You want me to tell you what you want to hear. That's what you want.
No.
Yes.
I have never wanted people to tell me what I want to hear. If it doesn't lead me to finding Gannon or the truth of this matter, I could care less what it is. Like I said, most of the time, I'm wrong. I have to have people like you tell me the truth. If you didn't have anything to hide, you tell me your last image of me.
Have anything to hide.
Then tell me. That's not a guilt or innocence question. Just your last image of Gannon. Okay, now you don't have to tell me the last time you saw him, just your last image in your head. What's the last image in your head you have of him?
Smiling.
Where was he?
Yeah, you said last image, that's the image.
I mean, was he sitting? Is he standing? Is he laying down? What's he doing?
Walking.
Towards you or away from you?
Away.
Do you have any questions for me? Any questions for me?
No.
No, I'm asking you. Have I not asked you a question that I should be asking you? Anything? I don't have the answers, Letecia. And I will help you if I can, but I can't with what I've got right now. You all right? You need to stand up?
No, I'm slowly.
Anything?
Anything what?
Is there anything I need to ask you that I haven't?
No.
All right. Let me go see if Martha will need anything.
Can I go to the bathroom?
Sure.
So I can...
Sorry. Well, I think we're done, Letecia.
Okay.
So, from here, like I said, you're going to have to go to whatever jail that holds you in. Colorado's got the warrant, so they're going to transport you then.
Okay.
Do you have anything else for me? I think we've talked for long enough today, but if you have something you want to say, I'll sit here for another 4 hours.
Alright, well, where's the warrant?
The warrant's in the system. It's in the NCIC is what they call it. So that's what they picked you up on today, was the arrest warrant from Colorado.
Okay.
So you're going to be going back there. Anything else?
What do I get charged with again?
First-degree murder for Gannon Stauch. That's what I was trying to come in here with you to help you, is if we find Gannon, that makes a big difference.
You let me go.
We'll let you go?
If he's alive.
If he's alive, you might as well try it. I can't speak for the district attorney. I'm not an attorney. I'm an investigator.
Okay.
If he's alive and you can get us Gannon, yes. Good things will happen to you today versus getting shipped back to Colorado.
Alright. Alright, I'm going to talk to you about that. Just one more day.
Attorney you'd like to call? Do you have the number?
Well, I would have the Google number because you have my phone, but Laura can get the number or from the guy from here, but he was going to work for Colorado.
Okay. Well, I imagine Laura's probably notified him already.
No, I mean, she would have to know how to get funds to get to him, because he said pre-investigative was just wait and then call as soon as, like, whatever.
Okay.
And then I could give him information at the accountants. But that's all I need to do.
Yeah. Well, pretty sure we need to get you into custody now. I mean, the reason that I took you out there is I thought we could have information on Gannon.
Well, you just said that, so you said I can't call him?
What do you need to call him for?
Because I have the right to an attorney to represent me, so...
Correct. And you want this attorney to represent you in the Colorado case?
Yes.
Do you know a number?
No,
name?
that's why I said I need to get Laura.
You need to get Laura. All right, let me see if we've got that. They're calling Laura. You do need a hand up, you know. Do you need to go to the restroom again? Mm-hmm. Okay. Put your hand on it. Yep, of course.